Okay, so Frog, I'm just gonna say this right now. If you just keep suggesting things that you know are false for the purpose of jokes, your jokes aren't funny. So stop trying, please. Just please. Um, let's dive in. The year 331, Longdeath of the Absolute Realm. I wasn't originally planning on playing Longdeath today, but the elves are here to trade. It is the beginning of spring, the 12th of Granite. We have 22 dwarves in the fort, and the main goal of operations today is to get kids in the fort. Hopefully dwarves gone wild. Hopefully dwarves make babies. I don't know if they necessarily go wild, but need them to make babies. That's for sure. It's the one thing that we know for certain is we need these dwarves to make children. That is the one thing we truly do know for certain. But yeah, no, I am assuming that he's quitting in earnest, DJ Wheat. I don't think, based on that statement, like it doesn't seem like he's being pushed out of the company. But you never really know. If anything, I think it might be a combination of just stress from the giant Twitch leak, and other things. Wheat's a pretty good person. Everything I've ever known about him is he's a good dude. What, it's time for a break? Spend more time with family, take better care of yourself? I mean, he was getting paid pretty well for the gig he was doing. I've met him a couple of times, and I've had the chance to talk to him at different conventions and events, and he's a pretty good dude. Oh, the 6 pinballs? I don't actually think those are his. I do think I know who owns those, though. Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure that that's owned by, Dead Flip. Well, I mean, yeah, there's Stern pinballs, but I'm pretty sure it's this guy who owns them. You want someone to be jealous of? Watch that guy. Because he's literally got a bar in his house. He's got like two dozen pinball machines, and he brings them to TwitchCon usually. What's up, Rari? How's things? Today is a weird day for Twitch, just because apparently DJ Week quit. Or is quitting. Leaving? That. Which is weird. Very, very, very weird. But I hope you've been well, Rari. Hope your stream went good last night. Yeah, there's basically no OGs left. I'm trying to think who's still left. Like, RSS feeds is still around. But, like, as far as Twitch OGs go, like, I'm, like, strapped for who I think is... I think Pluto's still there. Like, who's left from the old days? Like, just about, like, Styx left long time ago. Like, I don't know, like, who's actually left now? Like, nobody, basically. None of the OGs are left. They brought a cougar and a gray squirrel and a dingo and a badger boar. Thanks, elves. I don't need those. What's up, Navy? How's things? You never got to play. I know a few people who are very into pinball. I'm not particularly good at it. Well, in regards to what we were talking about, yes, you are making stuff up, but brilliant. Your only released game is a pinball game? You made a pinball game? Trying to see if this is what I'm aware of. Yes, I am aware of this. This seems like a really shitty article. Yeah, this is a really shitty article with like almost no actual information. Anyway, whatever. Today's a weird day. I don't think I'm gonna go to TwitchCons anymore. Mari. I've talked about this a couple times, but I don't think I'm going to. I think instead what I'm gonna do is if a TwitchCon happens that I want to see people, is I'll just arrange to meet people a few days before the convention and then leave the city before the actual convention happens. That's kind of where I'm at these days. Alright, so elves have had their stuff. Been given their stuff. Is there anything that we need to do, or can I just lock the doors in the tavern? I think I can just lock the doors in the tavern, so let's do that. 2,600. We've got plenty of drinks and plenty of food. Oh, okay. So the PlayStation game Dreams. I get you. Twitch up. So that's interesting. Huh. Neat. That is actually really cool. That's actually really, really, really cool. I really wish it was possible to export games out of Dreams and play them in other places, even if it just said made in Dreams. Like, I kind of wish it was usable as an actual engine, but... You don't blame you, they've gotten massive and they don't feel the same to them anymore. I mean, it's terrifying because, like... I'm in the top 10,000 Twitch streamers, earnings-wise, right? Which is really, 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 really weird. It's really weird being that high up on the website statistically, but also at the same time feeling like I have no connection with the website anymore. And I was talking with a friend of mine on his stream, Cat on Mars, a couple days ago, where he was basically saying the same thing. It's like, oh man, you know, like there was a community here at one point, but it's been shredded into so many different places. Like there are small communities, but what actually needs to happen is Twitch. It's like a lot of us need to stop going to TwitchCon, and we need to make another, like, if we actually get to a world where conventions can happen again, we need to stop going to TwitchCon and make a convention for specific groups of streamers. Like there's a lot of streamers now that are big enough that could just have their own convention that would just be like old TwitchCon. Like if Admiral Baru had a convention for Admiral Baru, that would be like old TwitchCon right? Or if like Co-Carnage had a Carnage Con or something, that would be like old TwitchCon. Or if you fly out to the UK and went to one of the Cox Cons, that would have been like old TwitchCon because of the people that would show up, right? Whereas TwitchCon itself now is like actually a good stream con. Yeah, basically. The problem is now it's like, and I was trying to explain this to my parents, but the reason I'm so frustrated with Twitch these days isn't because of Twitch, and it's nothing that Twitch is doing. It's what the audience is doing. The audience wants the most popular just chatting streams. That's what the audience on Twitch wants. They want the most popular, crazy, alcohol-fueled, cursing teenagers just chatting streams. That's what they want. They don't want streams like what I do anymore. It's not what the mainstream audience wants. So if you have a majority of people going to a convention because they want to be like Mizkif, Alinity, and like fucking XQC, that's not a community I want to be a part of, because that community wants that kind of, yeah, they exactly like, but that would be the YouTube version, right, Tikal, right? That, for YouTube, it's that, right? And so it's not a problem with Twitch, and it's not a problem I have with Twitch. It's not Twitch's fault. It's what the community has decided is popular now is something I really don't want to be a part of. So for me personally, it's like I look at that and I go, okay, well, there's nothing there for me anymore. Like I could see myself still going to like a PAX or something, especially if Kit Fox goes. But like TwitchCon, I don't think there's any reason for me to go to that convention anymore. I can fly down to San Diego and hang out with my friends that live in San Diego whenever, assuming there isn't a pandemic happening, right? And like same goes for Seattle. I could go to Seattle and just hang out with my friends in Seattle. But I don't need to spend an extra $200 to go to a convention to hang around with a community of people that I have nothing in common with. Hi, Alexandra. Hi. How's things? How's the response to the video been on your end? I'm just venting about Twitch right now because Twitch's spokesperson just quit, which is weird. So I'm just kind of rambling about that. TwitchCon is a waste of time. It used to not be a waste of time, but it kind of came up in conversation. But yeah, it is now. That is for sure. Are better than average so far on the video? Well, that's good to hear. I don't know if I will have any effect on the numbers. I have a feeling that's more just the algorithm's mystique. But I don't know. You're getting people used to these like weekly videos, and if you don't keep it up, people are going to complain. Or bi-weekly, I guess. But it's nice, the response that I've had so far. There's definitely been a lot of people like covertly and not so covertly asking me if I have the Steam version and if I could leak footage. But you know, outside of that, it's been a good response so far. I was like, please, even if I did have it, I wouldn't stream it. But I don't have the Steam version yet, so you know. 3, so I wouldn't consider that too many. That is definitely a number that I can handle. Yes, no, the gameplay was indeed Zach's gameplay. I have this problem. It's like I need more people to get hurt because my doctors want to help people. But there's never any injuries. And they're like, I want to help somebody. It's like, well, how else can I make you help people? What if I wonder if being a tavern keeper counts as helping people. You're helping bring them drinks. Bleh. Regardless, though, it was fun, and I'd do it again. But that's my take on getting to do a video for you guys. Wasn't a ton of work either. Took me maybe an hour. And that's just because I kept re-recording takes. Help them alcoholism. Yeah. Help them drown. It's been a long time since I've actually drowned somebody in a fort with alcohol. We need to get better at that. This just happened to you? I don't know. Apologies, I suppose. Would it be wonderful for medical dwarves with minor injuries? You see, that's all fun and games until someone hits themselves in the eye with a hammer and that dwarf is particularly strong, and then it crushes their brain. So, there is also that reality of, well, now you're just going to have dwarves randomly die, and then you're going to look at the combat log, and it'll be like, was working with tool, tanning leather, smacks face with mallet, puts hole in forehead with mallet, forehead hole, crushes brain with mallet, dwarf dead. So well, on one hand, while I agree with you, I feel like the result would actually be just random acts of dwarf suicide. Which would be hilarious, but also terrible. Yeah, they just be what would happen if you're making like weapon traps? Like what happens if there's a work injury while working on a weapon trap? Yeah, slipping on ramps can be a problem from time to time, yeah. I've definitely had dwarves fall down stairs, fall off walls and stuff. But just like, I don't know. Let's hope illness makes an appearance. Tarn's talked about having like mild colds or something, but I know he basically stated he's like, yeah, I don't really want to put like infectious pandemic level diseases into the game because that wouldn't be fun. Just like real life, that wouldn't be fun. Hey, Squag. How's things, man? But yeah, no. Getting to put a video together. For those of you who don't know, Alexandra Live is Kit Fox's community manager, by the way, and it's thanks to her that my voice is in the Kit Fox video. So that's the reason that happened. Forgotten Beast dusts are dangerous enough. We don't need plagues. Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's like, why are all my dwarves rotting? Well, you got sprayed with deadly dust that's making your skin melt off your body. Seems pretty chill, I say. Seems pretty goddamn chill. That's always my favorite one. It's like, why are all my dwarves rotting? That's a question that no one should ever have to ask. Is why are my dwarves rotting? I did get one comment saying that they want me in your videos more. I don't know if that's a good bargaining chip, though. Just everywhere. Do you have a well with soap or a water resource? Because they need to clean the dust off themselves, right? Why rotting? I've seen like dwarves' skin just start rotting for seemingly no reason. I think that we should just like the thing that we should be pressuring Tarn into putting in the game is cow manure. Because, you know, everybody wants to fertilize fields and make leather with manure, right? It would actually give us a legitimate reason to have cattle or some form of livestock in the fort, right? Because you could get manure from it, which could make things grow better. And then we should also get like the farming rework, the poop update. Now, actually, I think it probably could fit quite nicely into that supposed farming update that makes fields bigger and dwarves need more food. Could probably fit it all into that one. I can do that one? Okay, great. I get to do the poop update. Cool. I don't know if you've ever dug into Bay 12's like bug fixing reports, because there's some really funny bug reports from back in the day on Bay 12's website. People want to make poop leather? No, people want their dwarves to poop, right? People want their dwarves to poop. Right now they do poop, but it's just dust. It just fades off and doesn't really bother anybody. The last time I spoke with Tarn, he said that he's kind of come around and he might be on Team Manure now. Probably not on Team Dwarf Poop, but probably on Team Manure. So because of being on Team Manure, that means that we could use manure and brains as part of tanning. We could also load it into catapults. Every Dwarf Fortress needs a poop shaft. Quite literally, yeah. Like, could you imagine having to explain to a new Dwarf Fortress player that now you get to build a tube and put poop in it? Completely unrelated to that statement. How are you doing, K. Bailey? And thanks for the candy cat. If it behaves like liquid, you could even pump it around or to auto-fertilize your fields. Thanks, I hate it. It's not that popular. I want cows to poop. I'm not super pro dwarven poop, but I am pro poop cannon. So as long as it ends with me getting a poop cannon, I'm happy. I just want a poop cannon and a poop moat. It doesn't necessarily need to be dwarf powered. I also kind of agree with you that I don't really want to be designing sewer systems. That being said, if I can fill a moat with poop, I want to do that. And if I can throw poop at a goblin, I'm absolutely going to do that. I mean, come on. If you had the opportunity to throw poop at a goblin, wouldn't you? I mean, who wouldn't? Who doesn't want to, like, make poop break the sound barrier and fire it out of a compressed chamber at a goblin? Who doesn't want to do that? It's just like Dwarf Fortress has blood as a liquid, and you haven't played Dwarf Fortress unless you've tried to fill a moat up with blood. I mean, I throw boulders at my dwarves sometimes. Why can't I throw poop at them? Exactly, Aqua. Exactly. You give us a usable, pumpable liquid, we will shoot it at something. Wait. Anyway. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress. It's a family-friendly game. But, yeah, it's this conversation exactly, which is why Tarn hasn't put poop in the game yet. It's this conversation exactly. Also, I'm curious. Did that ever go live? Oh, I also put this up. A channel post about the Kit Fox video with my voice in it. It's got 7 likes, meaning at least 7 people noticed it. Which would be, I mean, dwarves don't like seeing or smelling a lot of things. Like, they also don't like seeing or smelling rotting cheese. Doesn't mean there isn't constantly rotting cheese everywhere, you know? Never stopped me from leaving rotting cheese everywhere. Maybe if everybody could be grown-ups and not... And then we're over here just like, but like, what if you added poop to the game? Rotting cheese? So cheese? No, like, gives off the stench of rotting flesh, miasma-covered cheese. Also, isn't cheese supposed to be molding, not rotting? Or curing, which is kind of the same thing. But yeah, weird morning today for me. Head's just in a weird space. Although, today started off really, really, really good, but I've just been completely thrown out of whack because of the news about DJ Wheat. That's just like kind of thrown me out of whack. It's just weird. Just weird, 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 weird. Yep. Population has dropped. This is completely true. Yep. I'm very worried about the future of this fortress currently. Yeah, I saw your vents. If you want to vent in the chat too, you're yeah, hiccup. You are more than welcome to, Stone. But I did skim your post when I was half awake and waking up. Yeah, my day started off kind of weird, and it's just gotten weirder. But it's good, though. The DF News stuff is cool.
I don't have a clever joke for this.
I mean, neither do I. So I'll just say I was literally that pause was me thinking if I had a clever joke for that, but I don't. Oh, why did the joke cross the road? Because he hadn't figured out the punchline yet. Thanks for 10 months. Cheers. Actually, what I should have gone with that was why did the joke enter the boxing competition? Test his punchline. But we'll take a cleaver to the whole thing. Yeah, start over. Time to resub again. Just rewind. Do it again. But how you doing, Orange? How's things? Are you still in the middle of a goddamn nowhere in a truck? Or are you back home now? Well, I'll just say this, Stone. If push ever comes to shove and the world ends, just give us a GoFundMe and we can help. You're headed to Toronto? I'm so sorry for your loss. Why would they make you go there? Such a desolate place. Ugh. That won't be an issue. Oh, I'm glad. But still, sketchy as fuck. Beautiful city, get out of here. The one thing that everybody in Canada can agree with is nobody really truly likes Toronto. Although, then again, to be totally fair, my only experience with Toronto is being hungover in the Toronto airport, and fuck that airport. Fuck that airport on the way home from PAX. Absolutely fuck that airport. I hate that airport. That airport sucks. It's the worst airport to be locked in. It's such a bad airport. And if my moderator who designs conveyor belt systems for luggage in airports is to believe, that airport is literally a clusterfuck under the hood too, so... I could get paid twice as much if I got a job out of Toronto? What, like coming back? But, I mean, I guess take the job, drive the load, do what you got to do. They designed them to suck on purpose. I beg to differ. The LAX airport is totally usable, logical, makes sense, and it's easy to find the gates. The Vancouver airport is beautiful and a fucking work of art. The Halifax airport is lovely. Boston airport is very, very Boston, meaning it's very, very large, and I got lost. But it's fine. Seattle airport is functional and has trains, which is also good because trains are good. The Toronto airport is a clusterfuck mess of a lot of stuff in one long hallway that doesn't make any logical sense and has the gates in the wrong order for some reason. And also, there's absolutely no way to easily like get from one place to another quickly. And because they have gates with shops in between them, it instead of having like an actual shopping area and then an area for the gates, everybody's just like standing still, like, you know, when you're trying to walk in a straight line in a shopping mall and somebody's just like, I'm gonna stop moving and take a selfie. It's like that kind of shit, but an airport, and I have 3 minutes to get to my fucking gate. Every time I've been in that airport, my flights have been delayed and they've swapped the gates multiple times. Every time I've been in that airport, they've lost something of mine and I didn't find it until later. I hate the Toronto airport. Although every time I've been in the Toronto airport, I've been very, very, very hungover. So that might have something to do with it, but also fuck the Toronto airport. Absolutely fuck the Toronto airport. Hate that airport. I could just hang out in the Vancouver airport for fun. Like, it's just nice. The Vancouver airport's wonderful. Screw the Toronto airport. Best part about moving into Montreal is not having to be in Toronto anymore, probably. I'm looking forward to actually going to Montreal at some point because my little sister lives out there. Montreal is where says the person from Montreal. And then there's me over here, and everybody's just like, why do you live in Vancouver? It's so expensive. It's like, because I love it, and I wouldn't change anything about it. That's why I live here. It's literally the reason I live here. It's like, yes, it's expensive. Yes, the housing market is fucked. Yes, rent is expensive. It's beautiful and it's lovely. I'm a short bus drive away from wonderful mountains. And I like this city a lot. That's why I live here. Because it's wonderful. Even the bad parts of town are nice. To run through Chicago Airport, O'Hare. In your stocking feet? What do you mean by stocking feet? I've been to LAX a number of times because I went to TwitchCon 16, 17, 18, 19, and almost every single one of those I ended up in the LAX airport for one reason or another. One time I flew down early. One time I had I got a ride to LA instead of taking the route home. I took a train to LA once instead of taking the San Diego airport. Plus, I've been to other events down there. I don't think that's safe. Orange. But I don't know. Canadian city drama is like one of my favorite things about Canada is every Canadian city has like 2 or 3 cities that they've just decided are terrible and no one should go to. Like Edmonton. Fuck Edmonton. Can I just say that? Fuck Edmonton. Stupid goddamn city. It doesn't have any right to exist. Edmonton is a dumb city. It's in the middle of nowhere. Everything is so fucking far apart, you need a car. The public transit sucks, and the only thing they have to brag about is a giant fucking mall. Who the fuck cares? I love Quebec City. Fuck you. Quebec City is wonderful. Fuck you. Some of the nicest runs I've ever been on in my life. Edmonton, on the other hand, can eat a pile of dog shit. Although I'll gladly go back to Edmonton if they ever have metal festivals again. Which is the only reason I go to Edmonton. I go to Edmonton to drink beer and watch heavy metal. Quebec City is wonderful in my experience. The only people that I know that hate Quebec City are people who unapologetically hate Quebec for some reason. And generally the reason people unapologetically hate Quebec is because political things that they wanted to get done didn't get done because of the Bloc Québécois. So it's usually political and not legitimate reasons for hating Quebec City. If you're from Quebec, you either hate Montreal or you hate Quebec City. Most of the people that I know who hate Quebec City are from Ottawa. or one province over. That's my experience. Like, ask Squug anything about Quebec. If Squug is here. I don't know if he is right now. Like, where's my other Canadians? And then there's all of the Americans in the chat are just like, hey, can I come live in Canada? And I'm just like, then you just, okay, so like when you immigrate to Canada, all right, so who has the best beer in the world? Who has the best legal weed? And which city in Canada do you hate? Those should be 3 questions on our immigration forms. College punks? Yeah, that makes sense. But that goes for literally anywhere in the world. What Canadian city do you hate, LaFonda? And what is your opinion on Quebec City? Go. Fuck Toronto, fuck Edmonton. That's all I have to say. You've had bad experience with people from Quebec? I never said anything about the people from Quebec. I said the city was lovely. In my experience, Quebec City was beautiful. A lovely place to visit. In general, the people were fine. Did run into some very fucking rude people, though. Quebec needs an attitude change. I think you could say that about the French in general. Meanwhile, B-Lug's probably lurking, just being like, blind you shitter. Uh-oh. Did I miss something? People are going to prison all of a sudden. Why? Did I miss a mandate? I must have missed a mandate. Yes, I missed a mandate. Well, sorry, Colette, you get 29 days in prison for doing nothing. Anyway, LaFonda, what are the 2 cities in Canada that you hate? If it's Quebec City and Montreal, that's too easy. Too much Canada bashing. I mean, Canadians bash Canadians. That's what we do. And also, to all the Canadians in chat, I would just like to share this, which I can't play on stream because DMCAs are rude. But there you go. I'd make it illegal to croak and bitch and whine, but that would leave Canadians with too much free time. Is this dwarf really running away from prison? Felt adoration after watching a performance. You really like watching performances. If I were Prime Minister, Canadians would tan in the Gulf of Mexico where I put Newfoundland. It's probably my favorite line in that whole song. All I could say is I would vote for him to be the Prime Minister. If any of the members of the Arrogant Worms ran for Prime Minister, I would absolutely vote for him. No questions asked. Everything would go just fine. Also, did anybody ever adopt that goat? Oh shit, I got somebody who's adopting peach-faced lovebirds. I think that's what that is. No, worm actually. The goat is still available. No one has accepted the goat yet. I think that most Canadians just forget that Newfoundland exists. Like, genuinely. I'm pretty sure that most of Canada just forgets that that exists. Like, entirely. Unless you're from, like, the Maritimes, like, you just forget that Newfoundland exists. Because I'll be completely honest with you, I have to be reminded that Newfoundland exists. And I have several members of my audience are from Newfoundland, and I forget that Newfoundland exists. Needs to be more like them, TBA. There's some places in northern BC that are pretty similar to Newfoundland, and Vancouver Island is also pretty similar to Newfoundland, culture-wise. Parts of Vancouver Island. Parts of Vancouver Island are also just straight up a senior's home. Also, I mean, I would like to move to Sechelt, which is another thing that people forget exists. People who live here forget it exists, and it's right the fuck here. It's just off the water. The issue is their internet's not so great. Sechelt, not seashores. Sechelt. That's how it's spelled. Sechelt. Either Sechelt or Salt Spring. Two of the places I would like to move to. Both equally small town and both equally fucking isolated. Humans have arrived to trade. I feel like if I were to go that far away, there's places I'd want to go more than Newfoundland. For me, personally. Like, I'd like to go to Newfoundland. Seems nice, but... like, if I'm going to go that far, I'd rather just go a little further and just go to Iceland. Are you finding places that that are named the same as your name? Stone, I'm confused. There's got to be a town called Stone somewhere around, though. Only one human caravan arrived. I wonder if the other one's going to arrive. Yeah, they all come. Alright, we gotta let the dwarves out. What is the mandate? No vests can be exported, K-Boss. Be very careful with what we trade. I'm going to give these merchants all of the basic hauling jobs so that they can help. But it's going to take them a little bit to finish what they were doing. There you go, that'll be enough. We don't need all of them, just some of them. It is a funny name for a place, that is true. It is indeed a funny name for a place. 433, damn, that is small. That's like 4 families. And their cousins, basically. I generally would assume that people have walls. Doesn't matter where you're from. I would assume you would have at least a wall. Maybe 2. Shocker. Potentially even 3. Walls are a social construct. Walls are a concept and a feeling, man. Did I just assume your walls? I assumed your possession of walls. Are you in fact in possession of walls, Prosectra? Or theoretically in possession of the legal lease of walls? Because I've legally leased these walls. I don't possess these walls. These walls are just here, and I pay for the right to live inside of them. You're possessed by walls? Oh, now that's terrifying. That is truly, truly terrifying. The man wants you to... I mean, I would freeze to death without them, so I'm pretty thankful for my walls, not gonna lie. Also, we got a royal treasure. Genius Basements is the name of them. Her hair is sparse. Her hair is extremely long. She is tall and her teeth are widely spaced. Her brass eyes are protruding and her head is very short. Her ears are free-lobed and her nose is slightly hooked. Her hair is gray mixed with tan and her skin is sandy taupe. She sounds like a witch. I've tried possessing walls and talking to walls in Caves of Cud. They don't generally answer. When you talk to a wall and the wall answers, that's when you know you have a problem in Caves of Cud. Someone's hallucinating, or that wall wants to kill you. Now, is that just in, like, the UK stone, or is that wider? If you have a high enough command skill, you can indeed command a wall to follow you, yes. You can also beguile walls. And you can also inject yourself with love, and then look at the wall to fall in love with the wall. Or a sign. And that's how you get the achievement Love at First Sign. You have to inject yourself with a love injector and then look at the sign, and then you fall in love with the sign. And then you just sing that song by that one lady that has the line that goes, "I saw the sign." So just in England, not even just the UK? Wow, Stone. There's a lot of places called Stone. Is that Ace of Base? I couldn't tell you who wrote that song. That sounds right, but I couldn't tell you who wrote that song. 'Cause I've spent more time listening to a cover of that song than the actual song. Oh, did I just sell a whole bunch of vests? I really hope I didn't. I may have just sold a bunch of it. Okay. I didn't see any purple, so. Did you go look it up? I mean, nobody expects the apple cop. So I have a question, chat. Have any of you guys listened to that Mark Zuckerberg talk about the metaverse and NFTs? The reason I ask is because I don't think he has any idea what he's talking about. And it's one of the most, like, not sober. It's one of the most, like, I am reading off of a Telecaster. It's one of the most I am reading off of a Telecaster speeches I've seen in a very, very long time. Mark Zuckerberg can talk? Allegedly. Allegedly, Mark Zuckerberg is a human. I'm not entirely certain of this. You know, we shouldn't insult lizards by associating them with Mark Zuckerberg. Is that a fair statement to make? Like, give the lizard folk some more credit. I mean, they are running, like, what we consider to be a country, right? So if you're going to start calling people like the Zuck a lizard person, that's just mean to the lizard folk. I would like to see like a scan of Mark Zuckerberg's brain though. I wonder if it looks any different than the normal human brain after all of the, um, you know, constant battering. Yay, that dwarf just likes being in prison. That's cool. After all of the constant battering he gets from the internet for everything his company does. I do genuinely wonder. Hope he's an organ donor. Might be important for science. Arthur Sulojonic says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? It's good to have you back, humans. I request all of the cheeses. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your craft store ship. All that stuff. And on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. I mean, doesn't totally surprise me. Frog Prior. But I also am inclined to agree with Stone. It's like they don't know what VR chat and Second Life are used for at all. I have an important question. Do you think that's because America is prudish as fuck? Tikal. Because that's my assumption. Whenever I read stuff like that, whenever I see things like, oh yeah, the metaverse is safe for work only and all this shit, every time I read that, I'm like, this is an American company. Because if it was from Germany, no one would care. Rich white Americans, yes. Rich white Christian Americans. What is her surname translated as? Let's see. To find her first. There he is. Diplomat. Where even is it? Oh, it's Genius Basements. Basically, she wouldn't get along very well with anybody in Florida because they don't have basements. Turns out geniuses have basements, chat. Hey, Mandos. How thing? Why? Because of the fact that there's tits everywhere? If you go to the right parts of the world? Athros? One of my favorite things is the difference between metal albums in North America and Canada and the same metal albums in Europe. There are so many naked people on metal albums if you get the European versions. It's like equal amounts of blood and gore on both, but I mean, yeah, absolutely. You can't have disembowelment and like violence without tits and ass. I watched a true crime series on Netflix, which was bloody hard to watch. um, which is called The Motive. It's not in English, but they have a really good voiceover for it. I'm not even going to go into what it's about, but it is absolutely incredible the amount of real life violence that can be shown on TV now versus like I guess like Netflix and streaming services like that are a bit better about nudity now, but the amount of violence that is okay and acceptable to show in film versus the amount of nudity that's okay to show in film still kind of hurts my brain a bit. Now, see, that's just anime, CCX. And not gawk at everything. Don't gawk. Be amused. If you gawk, you'll look like a tourist. Although I think the flip-flops are probably a giveaway in that regard. It was a weird conversation today, Jack. Just a weird conversation. Ah. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. No, other humans can train other humans to find their own bodies disturbing. No, bad. Go to jail forever. Pretty much, yeah. Anyway, this is a weird conversation to have, chat. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Let's trade for all of the cheese that I always request. Oh, wow, they brought lots of cheese. Excellent. Goat, yak, pig, alpaca, donkey, goat, yak, cow, horse, donkey, horse, goat, horse, horse. Pig, horse, goat, llama, reindeer. It's actually kind of weird when you see a cow in here. Pig cheese, yeah. It's not the grossest cheese that dwarves eat. That'd be dwarven cheese. I can't wait for the improvements to the trading screen in the Steam version. Just being able to search for a thing in that menu is going to be lovely. Absolutely lovely. Cannot wait. Absolutely cannot wait. Because people say ooh to things that aren't normal. Frog. Reality, pig's milk isn't dense enough to make cheese out of. You can't wait for that? Yeah, that's the thing I'm truly looking forward to. But yeah, that's probably my most awaited feature, is the improved search functions. Which is like the one thing I really do like out of DF Hack. Although having improved search functions that also are more easily accessible will be even better. Because that's going to be the ideal. These buzzards are slowing my frame rate down, chat. What kind of whale, though? Are we talking orcas? Are we talking sperm whales? Are we talking humpback whales? Are we talking, like, what kind of whales? Also, I think I would eat whale cheese before I would eat whale. Like, if someone told me that you could eat whale cheese, I would consider it. If someone told me you could eat whale, I'd say no. I don't know if that's a ridiculous statement to make or not, but I said it, so there. Yeah, this dwarf just likes being in prison. That's kind of great. With their thick underwater withstanding milk. You know, whales almost just output cheese. Like, their milk has much more the consistency of a thick cheese. Like, you could probably put whale milk on toast, is all I'm saying. Also, you probably shouldn't eat whale milk. that's just something I'm gonna throw out there. Cheese Whiz. Wrong color. Also, I'm pretty sure Cheese Whiz has more in common with plastic, but maybe? I'm gonna go use the toilet. I'll be back in a sec. I've never had American Cheese Whiz, so I couldn't even tell you if there's a taste difference. Also, can I just say this? I was thinking about this while I was putting my hoodie on, because it's chilly in here. This is why I love the Dwarf Fortress community, because let's use the League of Legends community or like the Call of Duty or World of Warcraft community as an example. They're always complaining about a specific item that needs a nerf. This thing needs a nerf. This thing's OP. Teammates rage quitting. Teammates cursing at people. It's always discussions of like, this is OP and not fun, or this is OP and not fun. And then there's the Dwarf Fortress community where we're discussing the concepts and ramifications of milking whales and throwing poop at people. Like, the Dwarf Fortress community is just more absorbed and interested in the concept of milking a whale than we are about, like, man, whips are OP, guys. Whips are fucking busted. So I just find this very amusing. I don't think you can milk a dragon. Can confirm you cannot milk a dragon. I actually, okay. Let's see. This is a full list of animals and the nutrition you can get from them. I'm just gonna pause the game because I have it completely minimized. Dwarf does not lay egg, does not provide meat, does not milkable. Same with elves, same with goblins, same with human. Kobolds do lay eggs. Reptile men lay eggs. Serpent men lay eggs. Alligators lay eggs. Also provide meat. Alpacas, meat and milk. Badgers. I'm just gonna tell you the milkable ones. Cows are milkable. Donkeys are milkable. Goats are milkable. Horay marmots are not milkable. Horses are milkable. Llamas are milkable. One-humped camels are milkable. Pigs are milkable. Reindeer are milkable. Sheep are milkable. Two-humped camels are milkable. Water buffalo are milkable. Yaks are milkable. That's it. Also, there's griffins in Dwarf Fortress. I guess, like, forgotten beasts. Huh. Dragons are not milkable, but they do lay eggs. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure griffins are forgotten beasts, right? I thought that you could have a forgotten beast griffin. I mean, I could be wrong, but... Hello, what's happening? I was just looking at a list of milkable animals in Dwarf Fortress for science. Um, what's happening? I put out a news video today and also was in Kit Fox's news video as well. So that's kind of cool. That's the thing I was like saying that I couldn't talk about, which is now a thing. So that happened. I'm playing Dwarf Fortress and we're waiting for them to make babies and they haven't yet. So there's that. We need some babies real bad. They haven't made us babies yet and I'm upset. That sounds nice. Did you bring flowers for the grave or anything, or? That's good. That's good. I visited my grandma on the other Friday, and not this past Friday, but the Friday before. My Oma, my German grandma, who's very old, and she did the thing that she knows that I hate, which is she asked me why I don't have a girlfriend yet. She's just like, so when are you gonna bring a girlfriend for me to meet? And I was like, when are you gonna get a boyfriend? And she just looks at me and she's like, what? I'm like, I don't think you've left this house outside of doctor's appointments in like 10 years. And she goes, yes. I'm like, well, that's why you don't have a boyfriend. And I haven't left the house aside from to come visit you in the last 6 weeks. I thought my aunt was going to die laughing. So I asked my 8-year-old grandmother when she was going to get a boyfriend. Serves her right, damn it. I know chimeras and centaurs aren't real, but I thought that griffins could show up as forgotten beasts. But I guess you're probably correct. But I think Dwarf Fortress needs more fictional creatures that don't exist. Although I think we're gonna get a lot of that with the magic update and the myths stuff, especially if you slide your magic slider way down and like don't actually deal with it much. But plan for today is we're going to do like 4.5 hours of Longdeath. And then I'm going to play the game Unpacking. Because I've wanted to play Unpacking since I first heard about it. And Unpacking is how do I explain it? A game where you unpack things. And I wasn't going to play it because I didn't get key for it, but then I realized it was on Game Pass, so I installed it and this morning, and we're going to play that. Supposedly that game's like 3 hours, so we're going to play through Unpacking this afternoon. Wizards. Yeah, we have necromancers, which are basically wizards. And it looks huge. There's some people that have been looking for some Deep Rock Galactic on the Halcyon Frequency Discord, which is my stream team's Discord. Yeah, I unfortunately can't play Deep Rock Galactic. That game makes me motion sick incredibly quickly. What, like when I asked my Oma if she had when she was gonna get a boyfriend, she also looked like she was gonna slap me. She looked real offended for half a second. So probably, but also she has early onset dementia, so honesty with her I think is helpful these days. She's starting to forget things. Although ironically, she remembered that one and didn't ask me that question again for the rest of the day, which I consider to be a win. I'm gonna practice a craft real bad. There's nothing I can get you to do. With motion sickness in with the racing game that I played? Yeah, I could understand that. I mean, if you have like simulation sickness or anything, then yeah, it'll be real hard to watch Trackmania. But I don't have issues with Trackmania because Trackmania has a wide enough FOV. My problem with Deep Rock Galactic is it has head sway, it has a mask that you can disable partially, which obscures your vision, and the gun models are way too big. Trackmania, I don't have a problem because I can just focus on the very center of the screen and I don't need spatial awareness. But with Deep Rock Galactic, the size of the gun models does it for me. And the fact that the gun model bounces when you walk and all that stuff. Like, if I could turn off the gun models in that game, I could play that game. Or if I could make them, like, a fifth the size, I could play it. But the gun models are just too big. We all have different things that, like, you know, gives us problems with games. Enjoy your lurks, Lilo-san. Hello. Buzzard has stolen an apricot. The buzzards are slowing my frames down. I hope they all leave soon. Okay, there's only 3 left. That's good. I also hope these humans leave soon. It's nice that they're all back now, but it kind of sucks that they're back now. Oh, humans are fighting with the buzzards. That's good. Dried apricots. Dried apricots are wonderful. Dried apricots are absolutely wonderful. I love them in oatmeal. That's my favorite way to have dried apricots. Is in oatmeal. Were you picky? Were you a picky eater when you were younger, or did you just not like dried apricots? I disliked salmon berries for a while, and the reason I didn't like salmon berries for a while was because, well, let's just say that I ate a salmon berry and it had a very large bug in it. Wasn't exactly too thrilled about that. TBH. You just hated dried fruit? Huh. Fair enough. That seems like picky eater to me, but... Dwarves can't... Like modern fictionals too, it seems griffins and centaurs for strength and chimeras for their terrifying features. I feel like though that Tarn's stopgap for adding in animals like centaurs, I think the Tarn's stopgap should be they should just put them into the game as potential gods, so you could have a god that's a centaur, but don't actually put them in the game. Like, imagine if dwarves could worship a fictional griffin. Like, I don't know. I think that would be really cool. I mean, anything can grow anywhere. We have these things called greenhouses. Yeah, exactly. So, Chad, I've got a very important question for all of you. Some of you were here earlier and probably heard me ramble about this, but has anybody here listened to that new Limp Bizkit album? Because that was a very happy moment this morning when I realized that the new Limp Bizkit album is out. Legit spent most of my morning today just listening to Limp Bizkit. It's pretty good. A Wizard's Guide to the Wizard. A dwarf could write a book called The Wizard's Guide to Pulleys, which is a book that I have in this fort, in fact. If I could find it. A lot of copies of Histories of Beliefs. Hmm. I haven't seen any of my wizard's guides. I've got a couple wizard's guides, but probably in these really busy ones. Yeah, I don't know. You wanted to, but forgot? There's some good bangers on there. It's actually not bad. It's actually not bad. Strawberry roast just got stolen by a burb, which I suppose is what it is. All right, so population is way too low in the fort. But on the bright side, the vast majority of the depressed dwarves that were in the fort have either been expelled or are no longer depressed. So that is a good thing. And the few that are left have stopped tantruming almost altogether. So that is a good thing. So hopefully that means things are going to turn around soon. Hopefully we can get a couple good baby makers in the fort and fix this population problem. I need a couple of different families to start having babies. But we got plenty of different families and plenty of different couples in the fort, so hopefully we'll start getting some young ones in the fortress again and rebuilding this population. I need to get back up to like 35, and we're at 22. 35 is a pretty safe number for a fort like this, but 22 is way too low. We do have more than that with the merchants on top of the dwarves, but yeah, I mean, I might have to start pulling out stops and doing what Sathatos did with Archcrystal, where I lock couples in rooms together, which I don't really want to do if I can avoid that, just because to me that's kind of torture-y. So, I don't know. It's a tricky spot, but I do think that things are looking up a wee bit. But we'll see. Hey, what's up, Commander? Rainbow Ducky. Those things. Give it another 50 years. In 50 years, this fort could be dead. At the rate that we're going. It's like if I open up a random dwarf, 85 years old. 139 years old. 14. Okay, you're a youngin'. How are you doing, youngin'? You have any friends? Nope. Like, it's just kind of rough. Okay, I guess we're gonna start taking hard knocks approach to this. This is the much closer proximity air zone that I have. So I have two different zones I can lock people in. I have the like all of the public spaces zone, and then I have this zone, which is just the tavern, which I will leave them in until they get thirsty or until I see dwarves starting to fall asleep on the floor. Oh, there they are. What, first fortress to die because they just couldn't make enough new dwarves? I mean, maybe. Because this zone is literally just this. It's basically just booze, tables, and that's it. Actually, let's add this lower bit in because I put some tables down here. Give them a couple more tables. It's just booze and tables. So let them drink all of the booze that are in here. Except for this one dwarf who's over here just pondering disease classification because I guess. No idea of what, Frog? Man, they should have shipped a couple more tons of apricots in 2019 because they were only like they were only 2 tons short. Why didn't they ship an extra 2 tons? That would have been too good. Maybe rent bedrooms to what guests? I do actually have rentable bedrooms, which the humans can rent, but there's no reason to have extra bedrooms up here for the dwarves. The dwarves have their own bedrooms. But we haven't had a guest in over 200 years, so it doesn't matter. When you stop getting migrants, you also stop getting guests. All of my buildings are public, but there's no guests to come visit. It's kind of sad. You just kind of hit a point where like your fortress just becomes immensely isolated, and then nothing comes to visit anymore. It's like, I have no friends. Huh. Sad days. Who would go to that hole in the ground? Quite literally, yeah. The open grave. They have a masterwork jail. We do indeed have a very nice prison. This is a fact. We do indeed have a very, very, very nice prison. Another thing that this is forcing is it forces the kids to make friends with people. Kids in Dwarf Fortress, I seem to have a really hard time making friends. It's just like real life, but, you know. Still terrifying. But the younger kids, like, only have passing acquaintances by the time they're, like, in their teens. Watching an old TV show about Soviet spy working in ranges in 1945. There's a lot of moments where characters are just silent and somehow that develops the storyline. It's like a thing in countries where people can't say what they want to, but they talk with their eyes. That sounds like really good acting, actually. That's the way I describe that. Look at all the dwarves just dancing around the humans there. They're just like crowding around and having a mosh pit, and the humans are just like, ah. Thunderstraws even. I mean, as somebody who has been in rooms with people who've signed agreements saying that they won't talk about certain things, it is kind of amazing watching people go, yeah, I can't talk about that, but then definitely like speak with their eyes. So I guess I can sort of relate to that. The saddest thing is that you can't recommend it to an outside viewer. I have a question. Why? Is there no translations, or is it just inaccessible to people in other countries? Is that what's up? There's a bunch of DMs going on in the background right now. Apologies. But yeah, sorry, lots of DMs flying around right now in regards to Twitch's spokesperson leaving. It's one of those days. There isn't too much going on in the game right now. It's literally just doors are starting to get hungry. I'm waiting for those little down flashing brown arrows. All right, let's give them the wider zone so that they can go get food if they need. But yeah, this is basically what we're going to be doing for the next little bit, is locking them in the tavern, then letting them go get food and restock the food, locking them in the tavern, letting them go, locking them in the tavern, on repeat. It's too slow. You don't think that it's okay when a TV show contains real footage from concentration camps? I mean, I'll say this. If it's historical and in a good context, like the true crime show that I mentioned that I just finished watching recently has constant gratuitous footage of a family homicide, like just straight up footage of bodies. So like that sort of stuff is stuff that I'll watch if it's presented well. But it all depends on presentation and how it's handled. But regardless, you've gone and piqued my interest now, cutest. I'll be completely blunt with that. Like I'm fascinated by Soviet era TV and film, just for the same reason I'm fascinated by films out of North Korea. Like I find that stuff absolutely fascinating. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm just like, sorry, my brain is in like a million different places right now. But I will say this. If it's historical and it's handled well, it doesn't really matter what the contents are, assuming it's handled tastefully. But I think personally, keeping things like that from the rest of the world does more damage than good. You know, if like you can't watch this because it has footage of bad things we did, that's a bad thing. You should watch this because it has footage of bad things that we did, is the approach people should have. in my opinion. When it comes to footage or pictures of atrocities that exist in human history, yes, it should be shown. And yes, it should be taught about. Because otherwise it'll happen again. This is true, Frog. So I don't think that should be a reason. The too slow reason, like not recommending a show to somebody because it is too slow, is a perfectly legit thing. But not recommending a show because of that, that's seems a little bit sketch to me. I don't know. Pondering disease classification. I'm still very amused by the dwarves just dancing around the human diplomats, though. That is very funny to me. Man, it feels like only 100 years ago my population was twice this. Which is kind of real, actually. We had like 40 dwarves like a year ago. "17 moments of spring, but you don't think it's historically correct in the sense that of the main plot line. But when they describe what happens on the Eastern Front during that time, it's pretty legit." That's interesting. The other forts are dead? What do you mean the other forts? Do you mean other forts in this world or other forts that I've run? Because Reigns of Terror just ended because I ended it. Of the other dwarf nations? No, they're all alive and well. Look, they're all alive and well. Hundreds. Like, this is my mountain home down here. These two Helixes on my mountain home have 750 dwarves each. They've even started developing some artifacts. Dragons are still up and running. Hell, even the goblins are getting artifacts from somewhere. So, yeah, no, I mean, they're all still up and running. Yeah. No, the entire world's still alive and well. Yeah, we haven't gotten migrants since year 128. But that isn't because the other factions are dead. It's because of this. So there's 11,818 dead units on this map. Dead entities. Entities that have died on this map. When that number hits 3,000, you stop getting visitors, you stop getting migrants, and your connection to the map disconnects. And it's a memory bug that's been known and around for a while. So if you have 3,000 dead, you stop getting migrants. So we haven't had a new migrant to the fort since year 128. We're now in the year 331. No, it's not a death sentence. It just means you have to keep having babies, which is the actual, like, challenge of this fortress, is to keep your population up. Because I can get merchants from my helixes, which I got in the first 30 years. And merchants are very useful, but they can't join the military, and they're not technically members of your fortress. So as long as I have merchants in my fort that are having babies, my fortress is still alive. But they're hard to keep happy because there's some jobs they can't do. So, assuming I can have merchants that are married couples, because recruiting married couple merchants isn't hard, and they do always bring their spouse with them, they should theoretically be able to make me babies. But, you know, that's the challenge of Longdeath, I guess, is keeping your population up. And it's been the challenge of Longdeath for the last 6 months, 8 months of streams, is keeping the population functioning. So in theory, if the fort dies, I could resettle it. Yes, that would fix the bug. But if I had to resettle the fortress, it wouldn't be Longdeath anymore. This absolutely is not our first fertility festival. I had like 10 streams in a row a couple of months ago where I did nothing but this, just like put them all in the tavern, let them out, let them get food, and then put them back. So yeah, if the fort dies due to population, the fort dies and Longdeath is done. Also, Stone, heads up, it is autumn, meaning the humans have brought their tributes. Just a heads up. I mean, project, not project, but yeah. Sinister interpretation of history because it was more correct depiction of the world. Hardly served with like I mean, I'm totally fine with watching propaganda. Like, I enjoy, well, historical propaganda. Like, I enjoy watching, like I said earlier, North Korean propaganda videos, just because I think that they're fascinating. For the same reason that I enjoy watching, why am I completely blanking? Soviet propaganda videos. I find them interesting. I'm going to assume that Stone isn't here, and I'm going to screenshot these for him. Oh, you are here? Okay, well, there you go. Anyway, here's the council. 5 prepared horse eye. 6 horses were hurt in the making of those eyes. Or really messed up horse. Yeah, it's just a horse with 5 eyes, you know. Don't you have that breed of horses that come with 5 eyes? An alpaca and a reindeer. Man, look at that. Who collects Mao memorabilia and weird local Chinese liquors? That sounds lovely. I don't know. You got me interested in Chinese liquors. Assuming you got it, Stone? Let me know if you need it back up. All right. You got it? Cool. The other one's over on Discord. It's like you've piqued my interest when it comes to the Chinese liquors. How much of this stuff do you think they found along the trail? I wonder about that sometimes. Sometimes it's just like, oh, they brought an empty cage, and then the next time it'll be like, it's an empty cage with a bird in it. It's like, did you catch that bird on the way? Okay, where's the horse that you beat up to get those eyes from on the way here, you know? Some of my favorite whiskeys I've ever had have been from Japan. Which is funny, because I don't really think of Japan as a whiskey place. But they make really good whiskey. You have a bottle of Mai Tai over at your girlfriend's flat, and you've heard that it's described as something between vodka and gasoline? I could mix that at home for you if you want. I got some vodka, and I'm sure we could acquire some gasoline. That doesn't sound... Like, I like vodka, but that doesn't sound even remotely appealing. Also, enjoy that sandwich, Frog. That is bizarre. Although, I wonder if it's anything like moonshine. It's distilled from cigar. Very acquired. I believe it. I mean, most alcohol is an acquired taste, but... The first band fire opal you have ever seen? Hold up. Display. I'm assuming it's a cut gem, right? Wish I could search in this menu. One day. Got way too many jades. Actually, it might just be at the bottom. I mean, it's gonna be in the opals section. Praise opals, praise opals, praise opals, praise opals, praise opals. Those are all praise opals. Just Google what baguette cut means. It's not what you think. Precious fire opals are wonderful if you can get them. In Dwarf, they're very, very valuable. Actually, you know what? This will help. Literally looking at the location. Because most of them are in bins. I need ones in a trade depot. Unless they've already put it away. Because most of these are in my windows. The vast majority of them are in my windows. I have a lot of gem windows. Yeah, I'm not going to find this. It's been a minute. It's going all right, mind. It's going all right. It's been busy. New Dwarf Fortress news video this morning. And I got to be in the official Kit Fox video as well, which is kind of cool. The fort itself, population very low because too many people have died. And we are trying to recover that. So we are doing mandatory fun, which is lock everybody in the tavern until they start to starve to death, and then we let them out so they can get food. And then we lock them in the tavern again. Banfire opals are certainly an opal, and it's all you can say is it's looking pretty colors. Yeah, I'm gonna look up Banfire opals because I don't believe I've seen like a Google image of them. Banfire opal. Oh right, yeah, these. These look cool. I'm just getting a lot of rings. Very sporkly. Here. That's kind of the color that you'll get out of that. There you go. These guys. They look like galaxies. They look like planets. You know what that looks like? That almost looks like the marbles from the end of Men in Black. with the galaxies in them. I like it. Took a while to sort that mess up. You suspect it was because you finally ordered a NAS to do hard backups, so one day after I ordered it, your hard drive crashed. Oh no! 2 days later, the NAS arrived. That sucks, dude. Is that why I haven't seen you in a couple of days? But that fucking blows. Recently watched a video on how to synthesize opals. I was watching instructional videos on how to synthesize diamonds out of air, which I think is incredible, by the way. That's some of my favorite stuff is like fucking sky diamonds. The diamond industry hates it because they can't control the the scarcity of them. Because the only reason diamonds have such value is because of artificial scarcity. There's plenty of diamonds in the world. It's just they're all locked in vaults and only let out one small amount at a time. So, you know, it's a thing. Used to be royalty who had aluminum before they realized it was common. Yep. Yep. Yeah, they would stitch aluminum into their robes, yeah. Absolutely. Two things are happening to you today. What the first thing is you're making a suit out of tinfoil, I certainly hope. And the second one is you're playing Dwarf Fort or quitting Coca-Cola. Because I know that you said that you were quitting soda earlier today. Which, good luck. That's harder than quitting cigarettes, I'm told. Dwarves are getting thirsty. Alright, I don't have enough booze in the tavern currently. Alright, dwarves, go get drinks. Some of them dancing and playing music, yeah. So if they have a little music symbol and they're moving around, they're dancing. If they have a little, it's kind of a cross. I'll point it out if I see somebody singing or playing music. Oh, there is somebody singing currently. Let's see if I can show you. This dwarf is supposedly singing. They don't have the icon right now. It's probably because they're just finishing or between jobs. And they just hadn't lost the identification. But yeah, they get like a little, kind of like a cross-shaped blue thing. Yeah, that is singing or playing an instrument. And there's another symbol they could have for it. You put in a new credit card that hasn't completely validated on Twitch's end. Do you have PayPal? Because if you have PayPal and you can validate the credit card through PayPal, you can also go that route. I don't know. I mean, those are two very unfortunate things. But yeah, no, it's a. I know I've heard people having problems with Amazon's credit card stuff before, and as far as Prime sub, it depends on what time of day you use your Prime sub last. Like if you used it at 2 p.m., it's not going to unlock until 2 p.m., right? I have this weird problem where I subbed with Prime to somebody at 11:30 at night once, and there's been a couple of times when I've been like, man, my sub ran out that morning because it runs out at noon. So my sub badge disappeared, and I can't use it yet because I have to wait until 11:30 the next night, which is obnoxious. So if you subbed at a weird time of day to somebody, but yeah, if you subbed at a weird time of day, it might take a while to recover. Right, so there's this icon, which is the tell a story icon. This is the other one that I was going to say that they can have, which is like that kind of. You also see this same icon for children playing make believe, which is the tell of story. In this case, it's in year 6 how the Guild of Vines formed in Longdeath. Yeah, so this dwarf is telling historical stories. This dwarf is telling a different story, which is how the ignited creation attacked the seductions of living at the joyous devil at the spidery desert. The dwarf Zion Gully Mansters led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Dang Harrow Horror Run. Horror Run is the name of that goblin. So they're telling stories now. It's very vexing. Yeah, I can believe that. So, like, you'll have to spend half of a day watching pre-rolls and all that shit. I don't know. Uh-oh. Did I pause the game or did the game pause the game? I paused the game. You just wait until the next day. I usually try and do that too. My main concern usually is that someone's going to gift me a sub, which happens in the channels that I usually prime sub to. And then I have to figure out what to do with my prime sub for a month. Because I have a schedule for it, so I alternate it between my teammates usually. But every now and again, I'll get gifted a sub, and it's like, well, I guess you're getting 2 prime subs in a row, Suey, or something. And read the last Discord story. There should be plenty for me to read. Scrolling up. Not that much, actually. But Apple Kia hybrids are unrepairable monsters. Paint forces red, please. Blue cheese like this Stilton is good. Amazing coffee tastes aromatic and like wet walrus. What? Alcohol smells permeate fridges. Brave tasters taste toasted toasters. Yes. I shall continue. Please add words to the add a word room on Discord. Even worse, Navy coffee was never that bad. It's hard to type when cats are trying to sit on your hands. Yeah, no, I agree. It's just like when I cat sit every now and again, and then the cat like insists on lying on my lap, and then like tries to push my hand off my keyboard to pet him. You know, I don't understand how some streamers stream with cats on their keyboard and stuff. It's like I can't do that. But I guess at the end of the day, when it comes to the Prime sub thing, just Wait for it to be up. And as far as credit cards, I have no idea because I just use PayPal for everything related to Twitch. And I haven't had a new credit card in 6 years. So it's been a while since I've had to like explain to Amazon this new credit card that I have. Cats, you had to cat sit your friend's cat for several months. Oh god, that's a long time. And it was magnetized to your hands, and anytime you were using them, and it's like you see hands moving. It's like, give me pets, or I threaten your leg with claw. Cats are like, they hold owners hostage, basically. But your cat can stay, but you can't. That's funny. He was looking for a place to live, and when he moved in with his parents who were allergic. Oh, I get you. Yeah, that makes sense why you'd have to take it for a couple months. Usually if someone has to take cats for a couple months, it's because someone's traveling, or it's because they're moving, or they're between places or something. But yeah, I don't know. It's part of the reason I kind of refuse to get pets. Like, there was a very brief period earlier this year where I was extremely depressed and considering getting a dog. And like I'm dog sitting right now. I'm taking care of my parents' dog, and I like having a dog around sometimes, but at the end of the day, when it comes to pets for me, it's like, because I can't drive, my ability to care for and take an animal with me is like almost null. And if it's an animal that needs someone to take them places and such, like a dog, it's basically something I can't have. And when it comes to cats, it's like, well, then I can't travel. Like, I don't like being pinned down to animals unless I own property. If I own property, then that's different. Once I get to a point in my life where I can have some chickens, then I will be much more okay with being pinned down if I own the land that I live on. But the fact that I don't own this apartment, and my landlord could decide they want to sell next year, and then I'd be screwed. I don't want to have to find somewhere to store an animal that I can't easily transport. It's quite literally the main reasoning behind me just not getting pets. It's like whenever I hear about people moving and they're like, yeah, I'm moving into a new house and I have to take my cat and 2 dogs, and it's like, oh my god. That's all, basically. So, I don't know. When in reality, the only pet I actually want is a snake, but that's not something I'm allowed to do in this apartment, so. It's the only pet that I actually want. It's a snake. So, Chad, anybody doing anything over the weekend? I know we talked about this yesterday a couple times, but I'm going to go see the band, The Real Mackenzies. They're a Celtic punk band. Should be a bunch of fun. Performing dance, always the Fuchsia Velvet. I'm kind of sad I don't have any legendary dancers yet. Enjoy your lurks, Silvershee. Thanks for the lurks, by the way. My channel would be dead if it wasn't for people who did the lurks a long time ago. That was almost a bingo square. I don't even know what bingo. You know, it's best that I don't know what the bingo squares are. For anybody who doesn't know what Ak was talking about, my stream has bingo. If you want to play bingo, along with random shit that I say. D&Ding Friday night and Saturday night. Hell yeah! Sounds like 2 fun nights in a row. Generating a big DF world with a long history, not sure what to do with it yet. That's what I feel about every Dwarf Fortress world that I generate. It's like, I have this massive world with 500 years of history, and I have no idea what to do with it. So many options. No idea where to start. You know what I can't wait for? I can't wait for me to generate my first world in the Steam version, and then the game crashes during World Gen. I'm very much expecting that to happen. I don't know why. It's like World Gen crashes have happened as long as Dwarf Fortress has existed. At some point, I'm gonna install this. I'm gonna install the Steam version for the first time. I'm going to like set it all up and get it ready to go, and it's gonna crash. It's gonna be just my luck. The world keeps getting rejected. It's like, yeah, 1,000+ rejections. Or it'll be like, that's the one time that I try and do fancy stuff. Then it's gonna crash. I'm gonna try and do some advanced World Gen stuff. I'm just gonna break it. The decimation of the town a few weeks ago, and they've been on hiatus since. I mean, sometimes you gotta take a break from the thing that you do every week so you can do other things. So it's probably for the best, unless it's like they're on hiatus because all their characters died, and they're mad at the DM. But assuming it's not that, like that's probably a good thing. I suck at D&D because I don't like D&D. So that would be why I suck at D&D. Like, you'd think I'd be really good at it, but I've always been like offensively unpleasant to play D&D with. I just get really fucking bored. I don't find it fun. I've had people tell me it's because I've only ever had bad DMs, but I don't necessarily believe that that's true. Usually the DMs suck. I mean, the idea of it's sound, but I would rather play any good roguelike than D&D. Because it's basically like playing D&D, but by yourself. So, I don't know. It's like, I'd rather just go play Tome and just be a Doom Wizard and take over the world. All their characters almost died. It was rough. And now the folks have been playing D&D almost every Saturday night for years now. I think it was a combination of Halloween and I think a new chapter in the story is about to be entered. Okay, so it's like prep time and shit. I get you. That makes sense. I get you. Also, chat, I gotta ask. Never mind. I'm not gonna ask the question. I was thinking about asking the question, but I'm not gonna do it. You gotta have a good DM, and the best DM you ever had was someone who learned while they were in prison. Huh! That's interesting, actually. That's actually that's the last thing I'd expect you to learn in prison, but also that's probably the best thing to do in prison. Like, let's be honest. Of all the shit you could do while in prison, it's like, what'd you do in prison? I got a gang tattoo. What'd you do in prison? I got addicted to heroin. What'd you do in prison? I played Dungeons and Dragons. Like, I think someone had a pretty good round in prison. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, like the best D&D I ever played was with pre-designed campaigns. Finish the entire Wheel of Time series in prison. It's the only time you have enough time to read all of Wheel of Time. There's too fucking much Wheel of Time. Like, Game of Thrones ain't got shit on the amount of Wheel of Time. To make vests. Let's let the dwarves go do whatever for a minute. You hate the sound of fireworks? I don't mind fireworks. I don't like fireworks that are designed to be loud, though. Like, I don't like bottle bangers, and I'm not a huge fan of air rockets. Those few types of fireworks that are just ridiculously loud for zero logical reason. Can't stand those. I do, however, enjoy, like, quieter fireworks. Like fireworks that just make pretty colors. And like Roman candles and such that are not loud. They're just loud and annoying, Aqua. You lived on the Mexican border for a while and you're well versed on how loud and annoying that can be. Oh, absolutely. I mean, like on Halloween, my city sounded like a fucking war zone. And I was talking about this the other day, but like there was so many bottle rockets and firecrackers and like it's the reason one of the main reasons I went for a walk outside to just like watch people get arrested because like it's there's more where's my manager? Massive is my manager. What are you doing right now, Massive? Like there is more going on noise wise than actual cool fireworks, so you can't really get around them. She warms it up at like 3:45 a.m. What an awful neighbor. Someone in your city has a tradition of randomly setting off a big non-consumer sized mortar fireworks at like 3 a.m., wakes the whole city up, and then sends everyone. That's so like everybody just goes to like your city Twitter. I mean, my city would just all go to Reddit. The Vancouver subreddit has some of the strangest things ever and stuff like that. It's like, where'd that bang come from? This makes me sad because there's somebody who watches this stream sometimes who's a moderator on Bellinair's stream and a moderator on Excessive Profanity stream named Halvdansken, who lives in the middle of nowhere, Sweden. Like, literally the middle of fuck nowhere, Sweden. He's a trucker who, like, transports food and supplies to remote towns in Sweden. And he was complaining on New Year's in my chat a couple New Years ago. I think it might have actually been last year. Anyway, he was in my chat on New Year's Eve. He was complaining about noise. I'm like, don't you live in the middle of nowhere? He goes, yeah, you see, the difference between living in a city and having to deal with city fireworks is if you live in the middle of nowhere, Sweden, your neighbors have fucking howitzers. So apparently, like, you forgot the nowhere part, but he's just like, yeah, so my neighbor about 15 kilometers away has a howitzer and is firing it at the side of a mountain. And I'm like, excuse me? He's like clockwork, every 30 minutes, fucking earthquake. So, you know, I guess be happy you have all you have. Time to fire the 150 millimeter cannon? Absolutely. I mean, if you had like a cannon off the top of a battleship and you lived in the middle of goddamn nowhere, would you fire it off on New Year's? Because I certainly would. All right, I got to claim all those. There's so much stuff right here. It's ridiculous, actually. All right, let's remove this activity zone. I got a lot of stuff that needs to be put away that's right there. These are all boulders and stuff from the underground area that I was clearing out, as well as apparently a bunch of parchment. Apparently a bunch of random crap got stuck in that pile. It's fine. All right, let's give the dwarves a minute. No, wait. They're putting a bunch of stuff away, and then we're going to lock them back in the tavern. Tis the night before bonfire night. I mean, remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plots? I know not a reason the gunpowder treason should ever have been forgot. Sorry, I've seen V for Vendetta way too many times. Also, I need to watch that movie. Best part about that movie is they blow up British Parliament in the last 5 minutes of it. That is the thing. Yay! Movies taught me history. Sort of. V for Vendetta is the Wachowskis' second best movie. Matrix 1, V for Vendetta. It was the actual plot, yeah. It was to blow up British Parliament. If you've never seen V for Vendetta, I highly recommend it. The cultural impact that that movie had to outside of just the movie itself is kind of crazy. It's kind of a bonkers amount of cultural impact in that movie. Where are you dumping that? What is that, actually? Buzzard right lower leg. Huh. All right. American Civil War era fort in your hometown was one battle that was insanely well preserved. Actually, fascinating story about how the advent of the rifle, the cannon era, and the end of masonry forts, and they had a medium-sized cannon that they set off everything. I think it was the loudest thing I've ever heard. Movie stage sets. Yeah, true. That whole movie does look like a stage play, doesn't it? like 80% of that movie straight up just looks like a stage play. It's like this movie was filmed in a warehouse on sets that cost like $17. Also, didn't that movie come out in like 2002 or something? It was like early 2000s. When did V for Vendetta come out? I need to figure this out. V for Vendetta. 2005. 2005 that movie came out. Let's lock the dwarves back in the tavern. Get back up here, dwarves. Making you feel old? I mean, it's only 16 years old. Just wait until 2025, then it'll be 20 years old. Oof. Welcome to my channel, Rari, a stream where I make you feel old. There's a lot of good. There's a lot of good cast members in that movie. Imagine if he was just known as John Johnson instead. I always forget that his real name was John Johnson. Dwarf has had only happy thoughts recently. Please keep having happy thoughts and stop being worried about that buzzard's dead body. But dead buzzard not hurting anybody. But I don't know. The whole end sequence of V for Vendetta is possibly one of my favorite sequences just in film. Just the combination of the 1812 overture and the footage that's actually happening on screen is just, mwah, it's chef's kiss. It's perfect. 22 dwarves is the population. I need to get it back up to 30. A normal dwarven fortress has about 150 to 200. The population of this fortress is at an all-time low. Normally it hovers at around 35, but we had a lot of stress and invisible ghost conspiracy theory, and a lot of things died in a relatively short period of time. So I've brought in a bunch of merchants. So with the merchants, we have 48 dwarves, and I'm hoping that they will have children in my fort so that they can become my citizens, so that I can actually grow my population again. I also spent way too much time working on the glass tower in the center of the fort and the base fort. Did I kidnap them? No, I requested for them. You can if you have a hillocks attached to your fort, Silvershy, you can send a messenger as part of the mission screen to get temporary workers, which are merchants. But if they have kids in your fort, then they're your citizens. Oh, that makes more sense then. But Guy Fawkes is a much better name than John Johnson. This is true. John Johnson sounds like a John Doe. Like, movies are in a bad place? I mean, that's less Hollywood, more just Disney. That's less Hollywood. I don't really consider Hollywood and Disney to be the same thing. And the reason I will disagree with your statement of movies are in a bad place is, yeah, there was a lot of fucking superhero movies, and there still is going to be a lot of fucking superhero movies. Yeah, there's a lot of crappy blockbuster movies, but Knives Out came out recently, and that movie was fucking incredible. So, you want to run a steady cam algorithm on them? Touche. I'm not going to see Dune because it's a part 1. I want to see full movies. I want to see a movie that starts, middles, and ends satisfyingly. I'm tired of like, but wait until we put out the sequel. If I ever have to deal with that again, I'm going to stab my eyes out. Yes, it's a part 1. It's a trilogy, actually. So I don't care and won't watch it until the trilogy's out. I learned that after the movie was released, too. After they confirmed the sequels. It's like, fucking, why do I even bother? Probably. Knives Out is maybe... If I were to state like my favorite movies that I've seen in the last 10 years, my favorite movies that I've seen in the last 10 years, Annihilation is my favorite. Also, I don't recommend Annihilation to most people, but Annihilation is my favorite. Knives Out's probably number 2. Mad Max Fury Road's probably number 3. I'm trying to think what number 4 would be. It's between like 3 things. Parasite's probably number 4. I'm trying to pick a 5th. I don't know if I can pick a 5th right now. I'm actually curious. What did you think of Annihilation? I feel like people either... Actually, The Arrival... Well, it's a tie between The Arrival and the Blade Runner 2049. It's one of those two, and I don't know which one I'd put at number 5. Probably Blade Runner. Probably Blade Runner. Okay, so you liked it then? Because I feel like with Annihilation, people either adore it and think it's incredible, or they hate it. They either like despise it to their core and wish it didn't exist so much that they like regret every minute of it. Like there was people walking out of that movie in theaters, but like for me, just as somebody who likes hard, dark sci-fi, that might be one of my favorite movies ever made. Like straight and like, I'm not gonna spoil that movie. I still think about the end of that movie, and I haven't seen it in like in a couple of years. I watched that movie 3 times in a weekend, once every night for 3 days, and I still think about that ending. I still think about that ending. There's a few lines of dialogue at the end of that game that just broke me, or not game, that movie that just broke me. You watched it, went to Reddit, and went down a rabbit hole? Yeah. It's just like, he just looks at her and he says the thing, and you're just like, fuck. Ugh. That movie, like, makes you reconsider the concept of self, and it is a thing. What movie? Annihilation. Yeah. Also one of the grossest movies I've ever seen. There's some very distressing gore. Never heard of it? Probably. That's actually not surprising at all. That movie came and went in theaters, and some people saw it and hated it, and some people saw it and it claimed it's the best movie ever made. What's your pet? Supposedly this dwarf is trying to get to their pet, but they don't have a pet, so I don't really know what's going on with that. I mean, I'm an Alien, first Alien, and Terminator, first Terminator kind of guy. Like, I like the first Terminator and I like the first Alien. The first Alien movie is the best Alien movie. Terminator 1's the best Terminator movie. I would call, at the very least, it's a suspense film. I don't know if I'd call it horror by modern day standards, but for the time it was certainly horror. I mean, the one horror film that I rewatched during Halloween, not on Halloween, but around that time, was The Thing, the original one. Yeah, it's a suspense film. Wait, what did I just sell you, Frog? Also, Rari, if you're looking for something happy, the only movie out of that list that you should watch is Knives Out. Knives Out is a absolutely wonderful, wonderful movie. That movie, you will walk out the door with a big fucking smile on your face. That movie is wonderful. Knives Out is great. It is so fucking good. Every minute of that movie is incredible. T2's fine. T2 is fine. T3 is fine. Aliens 2 is fine. But Terminator 1 is a masterpiece, and Alien is a masterpiece. Yeah, they're making the sequel to Knives Out, right? That would make sense. But like the first one is like a standalone movie. TLDR, if you're not familiar with what Knives Out is, it's a whodunit. It's like Clue, but it's just a very, very, very good one of those. Like, just like, every single cast member is incredibly well known, and you've seen them all in other things, and they all are excellent. And the whole movie is just great. Like, it's got fucking James Bond in it. Well, I guess he's technically not James Bond anymore because he just put out the last James Bond movie. But it's got James Bond in it. It's got Daniel Craig in it. Like, everybody's in it. Yeah, if you like Clue and whodunits, like, go just... Yeah, like, fucking Chris Evans is in it. Like, everybody's in it. Everybody's in it. I mean, Clue's fine. It's not a great movie, but Knives Out is a great movie. Knives Out is amazing. Like, hold on. I need to see the cast of Knives Out. Oh. Rari, thanks for gifting a sub to Digital Dan. All right, so it's got Daniel Craig, Chris Evans, Jamie Lee Curtis, Anna D. Adams, I don't recognize that name, Don Johnson, Tony Collette, and Christopher Plummer. I'm trying to see other names that I recognize. Catherine Langford, Frank Oz. Like, I don't know. There's just too many people in this movie. Too many people in that movie. It's a good movie. The knife is out of the sleeve, so way a knife. I mean, like, if Knives Out 2 is just another good whodunit, I'm in. As long as it's another good standalone whodunit, I'm sold. I'm sold. Thank you very much, Rari, for chucking some money into my paycheck for this month. That is the one, two, the third gifted sub of the day. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th all together sub of the day. Only Craig is back. I mean, fair. Actually, yeah. I would totally just watch like an anthology series of him going and solving one-off murder mysteries and crimes and things. I'd be down. That seems chill. Wouldn't it be grand if I could just take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days? I agree, Dwarf. Wouldn't that be grand? But yeah, no, I would totally be down for a sequel to Knives Out, which is funny because like I'm not interested in Dune because I know it's getting a sequel. But I guess it's because I Knives Out 1 is a very good standalone movie by itself. A pub night out, bar fight out. I don't know. It's fine that I want to wait. I mean, I'll see Dune, but I'll see Dune once it's done. Like, I will see Dune once there is a satisfying story arc there. I don't care if it's a fucking 17-hour stretch of 5 movies, but I will wait the decade it takes for those movies to come out, and then I'll watch them all. That's the kind of person that I am. I'd rather just wait. It's like, I've got no problems with watching, like, a 15-part documentary series on Netflix, but Two Knives, Two Out. Yes, perfect. Although I would watch a Fast and Furious Knives Out crossover. I'm just saying. You have both versions of Lord of the Rings and Hobbit? Really? Well, anyway, I'm very curious to hear your review of Annihilation when you watch Annihilation, because that is a very good movie. One day 4K. Yeah, see, so since we're talking about physical media for a second here, the reason I like collecting music is music is getting worse, not better, you know? Like, streamed music is factually worse to listen to than FLAC files. Right? So like a CD theoretically is about the best audio quality you can get. No, I know the direction you're going to go with that argument, but like a CD is the best quality you can get. Then after that, it's just the fun of the different format types. So if you think that cassettes are more fun than CDs, get cassettes. If you think records are more fun than CDs and cassettes, get records. There is no logical reason to buy digital music in lower bit rates than it is to do that. But with film quality and density is still getting better. So it's not that, like, if you have a DVD collection, it's not going to be the best looking version of those movies likely in 10 years if they're still making new copies, which bothers me. You know what I mean? So if I were to buy a movie that I liked, then I would feel compelled to buy it again when they put out the better version. Whereas with records, my record collection is the best version of that music that I'm going to own, especially for older stuff, right? And it will be a remastered version. That too, as well. Um, which is why I don't think I'm ever going to collect any kind of movies or film. I'm totally fine with just renting digital copies of movies. I mean, I have recordings of classical music from the 40s on record, digital, Dan, that like you can't get online. Like there's YouTube scans of them, I guess, but like that's it. Right? Like you can't rent it, you can't buy it, you can't get it on CD, like it's just on record. What's the difference between the remaster and the original? With streamed music? Sometimes they re-record the whole thing. One of my favorite bands, In Flames, is actually doing a thing where they are re-recording all of their old albums, which is frustrating as hell because I like the gritty griminess of their old albums, but they are replacing those old albums on Spotify and streaming services with the remastered versions, so you can't actually get the original recordings anymore. And the dude's voice has changed. Like Anders, who's the vocalist of In Flames, his voice has changed quite a bit. Fucking sucks, right? Because they don't like their old recordings anymore, which is fine. They can do that, but I want to listen to the old version. So a friend of mine has been like manically buying all of their CDs because like he wants to own the old stuff, and I'm with him. Like I get it, and I agree. Might be legal stuff too. I mean, probably. Who knows what it is? Or why they do it. Like, there's different reasons for every artist, right? But that bothers me. But that's volume forward. Yeah, that too. Also the fucking loudness apocalypse. Jesus Christ. Don't get me started on the loudness apocalypse. An animal has grown to become a stray cow. I like to pretend that it's a completely different animal, like a kitten growing up to be a fully grown unicorn. I'm sorry. What? What are you talking about, Aqua? Aqua, did you put the wrong mushrooms in your soup? Oh, are you talking about like unicorn giving birth to a unicorn foal and stuff? Is that what you're talking about? And and all of his streams of his stuff is re-recorded. He's much older, tireder, slower, winded singer. Yeah. Actually, chat, I want to talk about music for a second here because I got into an argument with somebody on Tinder last night because of this. They then unmatched me. Are the Killers a dad rock band? Like, serious question. They've done a song with Bruce Springsteen. Are they a dad rock band? I think they're a dad rock band. For the same reason that I call the Red Hot Chili Peppers a dad rock band. It's like, I'm old enough to be a dad, and I still like the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I'm not a dad, but, like, I know dads that like the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Are the Killers a dad rock band? Like, do you kind of get the reason? Like, they are that kind of, they're that kind of sound, and the people that they're doing music with now fits. And I love the Killers. The Killers are great. You know? Just, fuck. I like the Killers a whole lot. But I think they're a dad rock band now. Like, I think I can put the Killers safely next to my AC/DC and be like, yeah, this fits. Yes, you can go with the Police and Nazareth and Boston. And fit right in there. Unmatch. Someone was asking if I like the Killers, and I just like had like that shower thought of like, are they a dad rock band? I was like, are the Killers a dad rock band? They were like, what? No, they're not. And I was like, I think they. I mean, Greta Van Fleet's absolutely a dad rock band. Absolutely. I don't know. I had like that random thought recently. I was like, Are the killers? Oh my god, I think the killers are Dad Rock. Tinder is a dating app, yes. Tinder, it's Tinder, not Timber, and yes, it is indeed a dating app. Which I don't have much luck on, because people generally find out that I can't drive and then they unmatch. Because people don't want to date a dude who can't drive. It's not a negative to be dad rock. Dad rock just means that it's liked by a generation that is old enough to be dads. Dad rock is not an issue. One of your mods works at Tinder. I used to know somebody who worked at Tinder who doesn't work at Tinder anymore. Can you tell your mod that their app doesn't work? No one wants to talk to me on it. No, I'm just really bad at Tinder, that's all. I don't take it particularly seriously. Almost 1 million events, probably more than that. Are you looking at the? Oh, you're generating a world, right? Yeah. Oh, it's not surprising. Herbal so they were talking about they were pondering mineral remedies earlier. Now they're pondering herbal remedies. That's interesting. So you're afraid to know I was on it and sabotage your profile. I mean, maybe it could boost your profile, which is actually what you need. Let me just tell you that app. This is the way I describe online dating. It's window shopping for people that I can't afford. Because everybody punches up, nobody punches at the same level, and thus nobody ever meets anybody unless you're at the top. So, also it's literally pay to win. Because they hide your profile if you don't give them money. It's a terrible fucking app. Not yet. We haven't had any babies, unfortunately. Lots of dancing's happening, though, which is good. Dwarves are making friends, too, which is also good. I don't care if people look like their pictures. I just like intelligent people that don't get mad at the fact that I am a shut-in who sits at my computer playing video games all day talking to strangers on the internet. Are there loot boxes on Tinder? There might as well be. Well, actually, I would say that there kind of are. Because you can buy priority likes, which give you a limited number of people that you can like. And I think it's like $5 for 25. Which are different from super likes. I don't know. I've never given Tinder money, so I couldn't tell you exactly, but and they also don't show your profile to people that you like immediately. But I don't know. Also, I love how strong a reaction that is. Are the killers a dad rock band question got? I talk to familiar strangers. This is true. Yeah, this is true. I mostly speak with familiar strangers. Although there has been a few times where I've matched with people who work in a similar industry to me who go, "Oh God, I hope my friends don't know you." I've gotten that a couple of times. Which, if they are plugged into very specific portions of gaming, maybe. But you have to be looking in the exact right spot. It's like, I'm very famous to a very specific group of people. Well, maybe two very specific groups of people. But I don't know. Doing what I do for a living and dating is not an easy thing. Pandemic isn't helping either. Because generally, when someone asks what you do for a living and you say, I work in digital media, and then they ask what kind of digital media, and then you tell them, and then they just go, well, you must be a shut-in piece of shit, and then vanish because of all of the, like, negative connotations surrounding streaming and YouTubers. I have no idea. We haven't had a meeting. We canceled our Halloween meeting because of Halloween. So we need to figure that out. But so I can't confirm anything, Diamond. I am working right now, Dan. Because I'm playing video games. And look up some YouTuber or streamer drama. Spend 2 minutes looking at that, and you'll figure it out. How am I what? What should you have for dinner? What are your options? Because I'm playing video games. There's this connotation that playing video games on the internet isn't a real job. I mean, to be totally fair, it wasn't a real job until maybe 8 or 9 years ago. And to a degree, it still kind of isn't a real job. There's also a narcissistic bent to it. In order to do this job, you have to be at least a little bit of a narcissist. And you have to, in a lot of cases, be very good at growing on social media, and that is not a positive for a lot of people. No, it is a job. 1,000% Manfred it is a job. Right? But what I'll say is it doesn't matter if I make a judge if I tell them they can't really make the judgment or not. What matters is I'm still single and it sucks. That's what actually matters. I don't really like bitching about dating on here very often, but I need to get out of this hoodie. I'm sweating. It's more of it's less of a I'm there. It's their fault for you know, not being interested for silly reasons, but it's still having an effect. I'm a building manager for a staff of 50 personnel and 30 animals. Okay, so which one of you are the animals then? Diamond. Uh-huh. Well, you also don't play video games on the internet for a living. Digital Dan. It doesn't matter with the interesting title, because people figure it out eventually. And I work in an industry that everybody on Earth, more or less, outside of some third world countries, are completely aware of. Right? And everybody has a lot of preconceived notions of what this job entails and what this job is. Then they'll think I'm a stripper, although that might not be a bad thing. To be fair, I've told this story many times. It took me years to convince my accountant that I'm not working in adult industries. Because they get taxed differently. Every time I was like, I swear I'm not making porn. I swear. You work in live streaming. Well, lots of girls I know work in live streaming. I'm not making porn. I had to have that talk with my finance lady a couple of times. Very, very, very niche live streaming service. Well, I mean, Twitch is popular enough now that people know what it is. But no, telling people that you do what I do for a living is kind of like telling people you're in a band. People are either there for that, or they're abso-fucking-lutely not. And in my experience, the majority are abso-fucking-lutely not. After you do the parenting thing, well, I mean, how long have I been live? I've been live for 5 hours. I'll be live for at least another 3 or 4. Although I want to play another game today, so I'll probably be unpacking clothing. So I want to play unpacking. Because unpacking came out. If you're unfamiliar with unpacking, it's this thing that you do after you move. It's this. This game came out. You unpack stuff. And I want to unpack stuff. So we're going to unpack stuff. Supposedly that game's about 3 hours, so theoretically we could finish it today too. You get paid to make sure you don't have to do things? Isn't that just working in IT though? Getting paid to make sure you don't have to do things? The 2-minute warning for DF? 2-minute warning? No, not quite 2 minutes. Probably another hour. It's 2 p.m. right now. We'll let the dwarves stand around until then. Because I'm trying to think, like, any job where you have to repair things or maintenance things is a job where you have to make sure that you don't have anything to do. Any job of that sort. I need to make rings. Gonna let the dwarves out for a minute. Go make a couple rings. But yeah, no, it's not easy being single and being a Twitch streamer. What's funny is when you tell people that on Twitch, most people are just kind of bewildered when you say that, but it's true. It's nice having the coolest job in the world, but it's fucking lonely up here sometimes. Got some dead animals in the fort too, apparently. We're also into late winter. Yeah, pretty much, Diamond. Pretty much. I've done enough family tech support in my life, so. Yep. Winter is indeed late. Shoutouts to Winter StarCraft. Who I think changed his name to just Winter Gaming these days, but. I feel like a lot of people know people who are completely clueless when it comes to computers. It's very funny when I talk to people who know like a little bit about video games specifically, but not much. Because I had a friend of mine who I go to concerts with sometimes was asking me about video games, and they were like, "So," like because they're dating another person who they were asking me about, and they're just like, "So, are you familiar with a game called Dark Souls?" I was like, oh boy, this is gonna be a conversation. It's like that was how it started. It's like Greg, I need to ask you about a game. I'm like, all right, shoot. And they're like, so I have a question about this game called Dark Souls. Have you heard of it? Yeah. And go on. Which one? Those are always the funny ones to me. It's not like tech support questions, because like obtuse tech support questions make sense to me. But it's when someone knows nothing about video games and they're just like, so about this game called Dark Souls. Bit of Dark Souls played. See, you've watched me long enough at this point, Frog, that you probably know that my brain is like an encyclopedia for random fucking video game knowledge. Is he running multiple partitions and doesn't even know it? Because that's kind of amazing, Twitch ups. That's kind of amazing. Not gonna lie. Yeah, so that's why it's hilarious to me when people just ask me random video game stuff, because I'm like, yes, this, and this. If only I picked like an actual topic that was useful to society to like memorize everything about. But I didn't, so. I chose video game. I chose to be an encyclopedia for video games instead of being like useful to society. Although I think I'm useful to society because I entertain people who are useful to society. So chat, you guys have a job. Be useful to society so that I'm not a waste of human resources. I need more jeweler shops. You don't have a job? Well, fucking get one. Jesus. Sorry, you're a student. Being a student's probably more useful than what I'm up to most of the time, to be fair. Please understand, I'm trying to be comedy. I mean, generally I find when the printer don't work is they either didn't sync it or didn't plug it in. Or didn't turn it on. Those are usually the problems with printers in my experience. I'm lucky that my dad is actually pretty tech savvy, so my parents don't usually have any kind of tech issues. My dad usually is just like, asks me detailed questions about Bitcoin, just kind of out of nowhere. He'll be like, so this specific thing about the blockchain, and I'll be like, I sort of know what you're talking about. It's usually where my dad goes with that. Or like when my dad asks me if NFTs are a good investment, I'm like, well, maybe not. No, it's Squid Game. I think you're confusing the two. Did you jiggle? Did you turn it on and off again? Although as from back in the day, possessing my computer 50% of the times is not something you hear every day. No, that is true. I mean, if I turned my computer on one day and Windows 98 turned on, I think I would have a panic attack. But like, that would actually genuinely freak me the hell out if I just turned my computer on one day and it was like, yo, you're in 98 now. I'd be like, ah! Yeah, I knew that. I've had goblin vampires in my fortress before. It's difficult to find them, but they do show the same signs or similar signs to dwarves. Generally, I have to the way I've found them in the past in my fort is by staring at their kill count, because if they kill something, it will show up under their kills screen. So any dwarf with listed kills or goblin with listed kills here under the K screen, their name will pop up there if they drank them. I almost always suspect goblins that are when I have vampires in my fort, just because like they don't ever die, so it's kind of hard to decipher who's who. But yes, I knew that goblins could be vampires. Making rock rings, good, good, good. Virtual machines, hell yeah. Virtual machines are great. Or just like don't run a virtual machine, just run something like DOSBox for old stuff. These dwarves are still up here dancing and singing, which is good. Are ancient races vampirable? Like snake people? I don't know about animal people. That I do not know. Probably would be my, because like they can be necromancers, so I would assume that they could also be vampires. That's not totally true because elves can't, right, Joe? I don't. Someone could confirm this in chat, but I don't think elves can be vampires. I also don't think elves can be necromancers. Stone might be able to help with this. I don't know. I wonder if topics have been too spicy today. I've lost a lot of followers. It's possible. You've got werebeasts that turned into snake people. That's awesome. I had a werebeast that turned into a necromancer experiment person, which was cool. But they can become vampires. You also did an adventure. Okay, fair enough. If they can become vampires in World Gen? I don't believe I've ever seen a vampire elf. You did some fan art and everything. That makes sense. That does indeed make sense. I think I would too if I was skilled in that way. Let's just let the dwarves do whatever for a little bit, I think. Because dwarves really want to make things. Might as well give them the opportunity. You've been killed by an elf vampire before in adventure mode? Well then. That's rough, Vin. Also, chat, Vin needs a hat if anybody's feeling generous. Just saying. Vin seems to have left the hat in the wash. Needs a replacement. The DF wiki makes a reference that makes believe. Is that what you're saying? That elves can be vampires. Okay, fair enough. Makes believe. Makes be Levy. Levy. Makes me believe is basically what you said. But fair enough. That makes sense. We are at the very end of winter. The very end of winter. Which means we are about to hit 332. Yeah, I know what you mean, Frog. I know exactly what you mean. Indian or Chinese? A burrito, Indian or Chinese? Depends on the burrito, but if you're talking lunch, I would lean burrito personally. Team burrito, if it's lunch. And spring has arrived. The cloak is a bit of a giveaway, Diamond. Yeah, actually true. It is Diwali. It is the Festival of Lights. This is true. So yeah, you could. If it's dinner, I would say Indian. If it's dinner, I would say Indian. It is indeed Diwali. Can celebrate. Which is why my neighbors have been playing really loud rave music a lot. I don't even know what that means, Aqua. Is it bad that I don't really like sushi-ritos? I like poke bowls. Sushi-ritos are just kind of dumb to me. It's like, I would rather just have sushi instead of paying more for this shit in a burrito. It hurts in the most young people destroying things way. This is a big one for him. Large serrated bronze disc, a large gold opal. One piece of sand. They definitely picked the sand up on the way. Easy paperwork? Yeah, about that. I mean, I've had sushi-ritos. I've also had Japadog. Japadog is kind of a fad phenomenon thing from around here. Japadog is all of the things that you would normally get in sushi, but in the format of hot dog instead of a sushi-rito. We do also have sushi-ritos, but Japadog is the Vancouver thing, which is like, take everything you could possibly imagine you'd put into sushi and then just stick it on your hot dog. That's a Japadog. They're all right. They're all right. They're kind of odd. It's an odd flavor profile. It's not bad. It's not great. It's just all right. Battered chips? Is that like chips dunked in so like potato chips dunked in batter and deep fried? It's like deep fried french fries? I'm trying to like imagine what battered chips would be like. I know that you mean like British chips, so like our french fries, but with a lot of wasabi and instead of anything else? Wait, why wouldn't you put other things on it? Do you not like sushi stuff? Twitch ups? Are you some kind of cretin? Me, just give me a fucking bowl of raw fish and I'll go to town. Absolutely love sashimi and sushi. The answer, there is only one answer to that question, Diamond. Not in hot dog format? Yeah. I mean, I will say that the sashimi dog from Japadog's pretty okay, actually. It's just, it's a hot dog with raw salmon on it, raw tuna, and a bunch of seaweed and some rice. It's actually like weirdly edible, but in a weird way. A lot of children are afraid of seaweed and seafood in general because of the weird smells associated with it. Kids are scared away of food that smells funky, and sushi and seafood can smell funky. It's just in our nature to not eat that. Hold on, I'm just gonna go to Google and type in battered chips and see what it gives me. I want to know what battered chips look like. Okay, so it's like, it's kind of like that, or like that kind of thing. Yeah, they're everywhere here, Diamond. Huh. I don't believe I've ever seen that before. Someone punching a bag of Doritos? Excuse me? The orange and weird looking ones? Yeah, okay, I get you. Huh. Alright. Well, I guess I just learned something. I will tell you, spaghetti used to scare the piss out of my little sister out of my little sister growing up because she thought that they were dead worms. I did good as a big brother. My mom also, when she was growing up, was terrified of strawberries because her older brother, because her older brother, milk was cow milk. I mean, that sounds like vegan propaganda. My mom was terrified of strawberries because her older brother convinced her that they were the seeds in strawberries were bugs. Yeah. It's a pity those weren't figs because she'd actually be correct. Figs have wasps in them. Hey, Alien Slayer. Hope your looks have been good. What's up, Audio? We're going to be playing other games today, too. So you can have great rejoicing. What's up, dude? I hope things have been good. Golden Crown Hotel is so good. It really, really, really is. Things have been okay? Good to hear. Oh, also, on a scale from 1 to 10, how much of a clusterfuck is the Toronto airport? This is a discussion from earlier. On a scale from 1 to 10, where do you rate Toronto's airport? Since you are the resident expert. So it's a 10 out of 10 clusterfuck? That's what I thought. Sorry, this is a this is a bounce off from a discussion from earlier. The elves have arrived to trade. Tone isn't a speedrunner though, that's the thing. Tone slow plays. Like a run takes Tone 7 hours and 5 weeks to get it done. I would be inclined to believe you then. Audio. Called Solitary Gourmet. Every chapter is someone eating out. Highly recommend. That sounds weird out of context. Tone did? Really? Damn. I just wish I could beat Golden Crown Hotel. You know, as a type 1 diabetic, I've been trying to avoid food shows as much as I do love them because they tend to make me snack. What we eating out? Exactly. That's why I said that sounds weird out of context. I'm glad somebody else gets it. Well, no one should eat sushi in hot dog form. We watched you do that? Yeah. I don't know. I've stopped watching food shows. It's been over the last while. Now I just watch true crime, which does the opposite of making me want to eat. Makes me want to vomit usually, which is good. Generally stops me from binge eating. Chicken pakoras, garlic naan, and ooh, that sounds good. There's a really good curry place close to me that makes real good, general Indian food. It's really, really, really good. One of the best dinners I had when I was on my long weekend was we went to this Indian place. Got food there, and it was very good. Probably a selection of the same ones they bring every time. It's generally nothing particularly interesting, but my trader hasn't looked yet. I'm waiting for my broker to get down there. We've already traded for and bred the more interesting ones, cougars and unicorns. Still waiting for them to bring us a gremlin one day. One day. But I don't think it's ever going to happen. It's a pipe dream. Although there's still a cavern layer I haven't found yet, so maybe we do still have hope. I did see one gremlin once in this fort, and it almost immediately got killed by a Forgotten Beast because it was right after a Forgotten Beast spawned. Let's see, they brought a Great Horned Owl. And I think that's it. Yeah, just a Great Horned Owl. Yeah, just one Great Horned Owl. You might need to trade with different elves. Because they might not have access to them. I once had a, the elves brought me a breeding pair of tame giant tortoises, which was incredible because those things are invincible. I would just park them outside, and the goblins would just beat them until they died of exhaustion. Although they wouldn't die of exhaustion, but they would, like, fall asleep. And then once they got real sleepy from beating the turtle for forever, I would, which sounds like a euphemism, I would send the dwarves out to pick off the stragglers. Which was very entertaining, by the way. Very, very, very entertaining. That and, like, tame giant spiders. Giant cave spiders is, like, the best thing they can bring you. If you can get tame giant cave spiders from the elves, it's like, oh, and I've had that before. Those are always incredible. Because then you can just, like, station them everywhere and breed billions of them. They're great. Unlimited silk for years. Can tie down the enemy. It's great. Channel your inner Spider-Man. Also, something I should shout out. If you're on the Patreon, if you support me for at $1 a month or more on Patreon, I put up a game pool once a month on the 1st, and there are 3 games that you could vote for me to play through before the end of the month. And the games that you can vote on are The Outer Wilds, Rime, and Portal Reloaded. I haven't played any of those games before, but those are the 3 games that you can vote for. So if you'd like me to play one of those 3 games, sign up on my Patreon for at least $1 a month. Do that. Can giant spiders be tamed? Yeah, if you capture giant spiders and breed them, yeah, you can tame them. You can also train them. I will make a terrible meme. I mean, I'm glad that you've sworn that you will make a terrible meme, and I look forward to seeing that terrible meme when we find that corpse. I mean, in case you're unaware, making a terrible meme is, like, not much of a threat. It's not exactly a particularly scary threat. Right, what time of year are we at? We're at mid-spring. Chat, it's 2:30. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 20 minutes. The dog that I am taking care of needs to be fed. I need to be fed, and the dog needs to be let out so she can take a leak. So I think I'm going to take my lunch break now. It's been kind of a low-key stream today, but it's been chill. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream today, especially because gameplay is going to be kind of sparse. Hope you stick around. It'll probably take me about 10 minutes to take the dog out for a tinkle and me make my food and eat it. So if you've been watching for a while, now's a good time to get up and get a snack or get a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or just keep playing the game that you're playing. So hang out, chill, post a round of beers. If you have sound commands, now's a good time to use them and entertain the chat. I will be back, like I said, in a couple of minutes. Also, if you haven't yet, put up a news video this morning. You can go watch that. I'm also in the official Kit Fox video, which is the announcement that I got to make today, which is cool. And Vin Saudi still needs a hat. Anyway, BRB. Bark, 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 bark.
make a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
My chicken's doing a thing again.
Your chicken's doing a thing again?
Not anymore.
That was indeed Jess. That was a clip from the most recent After Hours we did when we were playing Witch It for Halloween, which was fun. All right, just punching in what I ate. There we go, done. Dog's been fed, streamer's been fed. Dwarves haven't made a baby. Grr. That's all I have to say. All right. Nah. That's all I have to say. Random mouth noises. But, where was I going with this? I had like a thought process that I was going to sit down and start talking about. Right. It's like really windy and rainy outside. And I took the dog out because she's a dog and she has to use the toilet. So I took the dog out, but she wasn't and she wasn't entirely thrilled about having to be sent outside. So I sent her. I took her outside on the leash and walked her out to the area where she uses on the grass. She goes out to to one of her normal spots and she starts to pee. Then she gets up and goes to do her other business. And it got particularly windy while she was doing her other business, and a leaf fell out of the tree because it's fall and leaves fall in fall, right? Lands on her head. A leaf landed on her head, right? And she jumped about 3 feet off the ground and screamed. She vaulted into the air and just went, ah! Dog sounds. So that happened. It was pretty funny. Kind of wish I got that on video. Emergency! I've been touched by a thing while pooping. Send help. I am under attack by a tree. Now I'm choking. Anyway, the dog is fine, and she did finish pooping, but it was just very funny. She's a bit of a jumpy animal. Love her, but she's a bit of a jumpy animal. It's like when a cat nuzzles a door with their head and the door starts slowly swinging open, and then they walk around the door and the door touches them. And then they freak out because the door hit them. It's like, but you pushed it. You idiot. It's your own fault. You moved it in the first place. You put it there. They don't understand that, though. Oh, no, a dwarf spilled some wine. Oh, God. Sorry about that. Yeah, see, it's a pool of wine in a silver goblet. What a waste. Quit wasting wine, you dwarves. But yeah, so that was my lunch break. Hope you guys didn't miss me too much. Did the dwarves do anything silly while I was gone? Doesn't seem like it. There's no combat logs or anything, so. It's good to be in a calmer time again. Interested after watching performance? Fun is speaking with a friend. Wait, what? Oh, that's Axon the Third. I was like, you knew Axon the First? What? I really hope that this dwarf starts making babies for me. Because him and his wife both want to have kids as part of their dreams, so. I saw a dwarf tell the tale of the removal of the dwarf Sklug from the position of sheriff of the Eternal Adventure of Time in the Midsummer of 33 at the Simple Dinner, and it is interesting. Yeah, because he kept killing people. And then he got voted in as mayor. 5-time murderer. What? Actually, I don't think he killed 5 dwarves, but he had killed dwarves. I had toast and carrot sticks for lunch, and I keep on, like, inhaling seeds that are in the toast. They keep going into my lung. Ugh. Gosh. So, chat, I just got an email with a sponsor offer. I'm just going to download this image and show it to you. I'm not going to say what this game is, but I'm sure you guys can figure it out if you went digging. Anyway, so I'm going to turn it down. That's what it looks like. No, it's not Raid Shadow Legends. Anyway. Look at now. It's got actually kind of a more generic name than Raid Shadow Legends. Oh, is there a thing for me mentioning Raid Shadow Legends in the bingo? You know, I think if we were to make that bingo sheets now, it would be much more depressing. Also, if anybody wants to play bingo, we've had bingo sheets for years, and I keep forgetting they exist. There are no prizes, and I will not give you points, but you could play bingo to the stream if you want. No. It does have Royale in the name, though. You're 2 spots away twice? Jeez. Sometimes you just gotta bake some bingos, you know what I'm saying? Come on, dwarves. Just tell a story about how we almost died due to no population and then realize the problem and make more fucking population! Christ. What, the bingos? Cutest or something that I missed? Does putting them in a really tiny only work for dogs and college students? I can't tell if that's... Oh! I mean, we're kind of keeping them in a tiny room. I'm just keeping them in a tiny room together, you know? Although I haven't actually, like, made beds for them to stay in yet, so maybe I should do that. You had a dog explosion room once. That sounds frame intensive. Helped you stay warm in the winter? Wait. So you were eating and burning them? I'm trying to think how that would help you stay warm. Your laptop got hot? Oh, I mean, yeah, true. True. It's that and running Dwarf Fortress and mining Bitcoin are the best ways to heat your house in 2021. Does anybody else still catch themselves saying 2021 wanting to say 2020? You know what really sucks is I have to do taxes in 2 months. Like, I'm just looking at the date right now. It's like it's 11:04. I have to do taxes in 2 months. Fuck. Still 2015 in your head? I don't think my brain ever really left 2010, to be honest with you. Soon 2022. I mean, I keep reading that video games are scheduled to come out in 2023, and that just feels like the future. It's like, yeah, that game will be out in 2023. What? No, it won't. We'll all be dead by then. Don't you even joke about that. We're not going to make it that far. That's silly. And before Dwarf Fortress comes out in 2023. I can only, like, keep this content mill going for so long. Ollie, did you see enemy dog? Or enemy cat? Nobody's used the bark command. What is this? I return with a poodle who is resisting arrest. Yeah, you. Bark, 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 bark. There you go. Bark, 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 bark. Cooler knows what's up. Bark, 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 bark. I'm glad that you arrived, Cooler. It's good to have you around. Chat, would you like to see Poodle? Zoop. She saw a neighbor walking dog.
Are you mad enough for all this fucking tea?
She's mad that the other dog is pooping where she's pooping. You smell like wet dog. Poodle. Look at those dwarves dancing. It's quite the dance. Yeah, no, she's decided the Bork unit. Yeah, she is one indeed unit of Bork. Fortunately, though, she's been very well behaved. This is the first time she's borked loudly in the house since she got here this time, so that's good. Although she started barking at me last night when I was listening to really loud music because, I mean, sometimes you just gotta crank up Satan's butt cheeks, if you know what I'm saying. That's a sentence I never thought I would ever say out loud, but also, chat, you should listen to Satan's butt cheeks because they are kind of great. Also, does that YouTube video have more than 100 views yet? When I found that video, it had 70 views on it. Oh, cool. I got it up above 100. Excellent. I've done good work. Band literally nobody has heard of. Literally nobody has heard of. Chat, it finally happened. We got a babby! It's working! Alright, who wants to be brand new dwarven baby? It's a boy, I think. Yeah, brand new baby boy. We got a baby. He says, Maba. Maba. Any dibs? Anyone calling dibs on brand new baby boy? Brand new baby? Anybody? Anybody? No? Peter? Peter the Third? That would be Peter 3, right? He is the son of Colette. Or maybe Peter... Yeah, because Peter the Second died, so this would be Peter the Third. Anyway, he is the son of Colette and Mural. He is a casual worshipper of Shinra Satamber the Red Wax and an ardent worshipper of English the Embraced Roses, and I have a dog who is trying to escape. His hair is crinkly, and his short sideburns are neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is neatly combed. His quite dense eyebrows are incredibly high, and his slightly close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises. His head is very short, and his ears are somewhat short. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy toe. He personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He has a low sense of self-esteem, and he is trusting. He is very greedy, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he is a friendly individual. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He often feels discouraged and occasionally overindulges. He lives a fast-paced life, organized and neat, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He rolls his eyes when he's exasperated, and he laughs very loudly whenever he's surprised. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shady weather. What a good dwarf. Welcome, Peter the Third. Back to Pooch Cam. Although, you know, I've had some people tell me that they think that Dog Cam is best part of the stream. But she's technically in timeout right now. Yeah, you're technically in timeout right now. She's resting her head on my arm. She actually really likes this. Your paws are cold. Yeah, she's in punishment because she was borking. All right, now can we get a few more of these dwarves, babies? Because that's one. That's a start. I need... Because now we're up to 23 dwarves. I need 35 before I feel comfortable again. $35 before I feel comfortable again. Where are you going, dog? You want to go? Okay. Chat, I'm gonna say that you guys are gonna have to say goodbye to dog because she really wants down. So I'm gonna let her have down. Right? Say goodbye to Holly. Holly, over here. Holly. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. Smile for the friends. I'm telling you, they're friends. There you go. See? Show them your cute mullet-looking face. All right, now you can go. Unless you don't want to leave. Are you lying to me? I think she's been lying to me. Free to go. You're free to go. Now she was like trying to get off my lap, and now she's just like, now that you want me to leave. Okay, never mind. She wants to continue being lapdog. Okay, fine, you indecisive mutt. I mean, poodle. Purebred. Lovely. Fuzzball. Although, we did have a dwarf baby while you were on my lap, so maybe I need to keep you up here. Maybe the dwarves only breed if there's a puppy in the general vicinity. Also, elderly East Indian lady I saw when I had her out for a walk last night. Took a look at her and said, I thought you were walking a lamb at a distance. This older lady was just like, I thought you were walking a small lamb. I'm like, no, she's a poodle. And she's like, oh, she's beautiful. Which is kind of fair. She kind of has that aesthetic to her, you know? It also means that she needs a haircut. You see, when she does that, I assume she wants down, but she's just like resting her head. I don't know what she's doing. She kind of is a cloud, isn't she, Stone? All right, if we could just get like 3 more babies today, that would be wonderful. Hard to decipher? Yeah. Okay, so she's moved now. Now I have no way of easily reaching the keyboard. Thank you, dog. You're making this very easy on my posture. Fortunately, I don't really need to touch the keyboard much right now, so instead I can just give you back rub. Usually understand your Nan's dog's Hanley as a gradient. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, no, Holly is a lovely dog. I don't mind taking care of Holly because she's a very well-behaved dog. The best part about poodles, though, is they're foldable. Dude, if we got triplets again, I would be so fucking happy. I would have a mini party. Although it's really funny when you have triplets in Dwarf Fort because Mom moves really slowly. But this dog is very, very well behaved. But the best part about poodles is that they're foldable. Like, she's not a small dog. She's like a medium-sized small dog. But she can fold up into a ball about yay big. Like, she's like actually, like, poodles are actually Samus. Like, they have a morph ball ability that they don't tell you about. They can roll up into a ball about yay big. So, like, this dog, who's like, you know, I don't know, like, not a small dog. She's like a medium-sized dog. Can fold up into a ball about the size of a chihuahua. Like, she can fold up into about that much of her. She just curls all the way up into a tight little ball because they're all leg. Do they fit into a Pokeball? I don't know. I've never owned a Pokeball. Maybe a pretty big Pokeball, but they definitely have, like, Samus Morph Suit powers. It's even funnier with standard poodles when they're, like, legit a big dog. It's like, that is a big dog that can also become the size of, like, a small basketball. So no tantrums, 1 baby. No crimes, no demands. Cross your fingers. She just a ditzy dog? Stone? Yeah, this dog, it's kind of funny. If she doesn't want to be outside, she lets you know. Because I take her out into the backyard area, or into the back, like, closed garden area for my building to let her, like, pee. If she doesn't want to be out, if she wants to go for a walk, she'll, like, try and run out to the area where we go to take her for a walk. If she doesn't want to go to for a walk, if the weather is crappy, she will turn around and run straight back to the apartment. Like, doesn't care. Like, just will go right back to the apartment if she doesn't want to go for a walk. Oh, also, audio, if you're still lurking, I think you are. I bought the most recent Rusty Lake game, which is Rusty Lake Paradise, which is apparently shorter than Roots, but longer than the first one. So we have another Rusty Lake game to play through. Because I enjoyed those first 2 well enough. The second one got a little long in the teeth, but I still enjoyed the majority of it. That weird kind of off-horror stuff that it does is just too interesting. And I think after that, I'm going to play through all the Cube Escape games, all 9 of them. They're all up on Steam, though. Yeah, I really enjoyed the last one up until that last puzzle. So, yeah, it just got a bit long. Like, that was my fault trying to just play it in one session. If I wasn't trying to play it in one session, I think I would have enjoyed it a lot more. But yeah, I've got that to do as well. So, there will be another Rusty Lake game. For those of you who enjoyed that. I know there's another one in development, so. Yeah, it was just a fiddly puzzle. It suffered from adventure game problems, you know, from point-and-click problems. But game that we're going to do this evening tonight is Unpacking, which is on Game Pass. So it is also up for sale on Humble because it's a Humble published game. But I want to play Unpacking. And supposedly that game's about 3.5 hours. So I could finish it in 1 sitting or 2 sittings. Doesn't really matter to me. but I would like to play Unpacking. Unpacking is that cool, cute little isometric game where you put stuff away. But you want down? No. Okay, fine. You can have your seat next to me. Here. Move your butt. Sit next to me like we were before. You can be my co-pilot. No? Okay, fine. She's pretty content where she is. The problem is I can't properly reach my keyboard. Moving simulator, very different game. Well, I mean, kinda. Here, I'll show you Unpacking. This is Unpacking. It looks like this. It's a game about unpacking stuff and putting it in rooms. And it just looks really satisfying, and so I really want to play it. And I don't even have to call it like a review key stream or anything because it's just on Game Pass. I really like Game Pass for that. It's like there's a lot of games that I don't need to own in my library that I just kind of want to play through once and then forget about them. And Game Pass is really good for that. Where it's just like, yeah, I could just like, it's like having game rentals again is the kind of the way I feel about Game Pass. It's like, it's like having game rentals. It's like, yeah, I could just play through that and then forget about it. That seems great. It really is, yeah. It absolutely is. But like the good kind of industry changer, not like the, yo, Ubisoft is putting NFTs in games kind of game changer. I'm still waiting for Valve to make a Game Pass competitor. It would be so easy for them. Just making an opt-in basis for devs. Done. Check Discord food pictures now. Oh, no. Ooh, I see Indian food. That definitely looks like good Indian takeout. You did well, friend. Also, that roast beef sandwich with chips and pickles also looks very good right above it. There's been a lot of good food posted up in the food Discord recently. Like, that was my dinner last night, which was, why am I blanking on what these are called? Asparagus, carrot, mushroom, tofu, and rice. And grilled walnuts. And that was a fonda, frog for hire. Now you. Feel free to share in the food porn Discord. I mean Discord. It's good foodstuffs. Good foodstuffs is good. It's weird streaming without the camera pointed at my face and the camera instead pointed at this white floof ball. Come on, dwarves. Have another baby today. Impress me. We got Peter. Also, how's Whitcode doing? Whitcode was super stressed and then got thrown in prison for a bit and now has some permanent injuries. Seems to really... Okay, so Whitcode seems to really like being a bard. I made Whitcode a bard and seems to really like the job. Always wanted to be around family and friends and now has a shit ton of family and friends. Well, friends, rather. Which I think is kind of awesome. So... Although Whitcode is sad because a lot of his friends have died. That dwarf was really good friends with, like, the king and such. All right. Holly, you're starting to make my leg fall asleep. Timeout is becoming a problem for streamer. You know, I'm always terrified that the dwarves are going to dance in the shape of a swastika, and that was way too close. I'm always terrified they're going to do that. You wish that the U.S. would move to metric. You hate having to switch between the two systems depending on if you're baking or cooking. No, I understand that. I completely understand that. You know a dog likes being pet when they start stretching their legs out so that you get more surface area for pets. It's a good thing that I have the camera pointed at the dog so you know what I'm doing right now, or this would look real bad. Well, for some stuff, metric is better, and for some other stuff, metric is also better. And then, like, when you're talking about the other things, metric is probably generally better, and usually when it comes to thinking about it, metric is also better. I'm just going to say that the only instance where imperial is the better measurement system is alcohol in a cup. Measure my shots in ounces and measure my beer in pints. That's it. That's the only measurement that should matter for alcohol. That's the only thing, in my opinion, that it is good to use imperial, because you can never, like, get rid of the pint for a drink. That is the only acceptable usage of the imperial system, is in a pub with alcohol. Like, hard liquor is served in ounces, and beer is served in pints. Or half pints. Nanochip grew up. Nanochip is no longer a child. How old are you? 12 years old. I saw a dwarf tell the story of the ascension of Ezim Wild closer to the position of king of the ignited creation. You're 5 at the simple dinner, and it is interesting. What do you like? You like steel, ruby, toad leather, picks, breastplates, and grates and flasks, and yaks for their shaggy hair. All right, so, and also, what do you dream of doing with your life? Crafting a masterwork, which you're already done, and you're completely helpless in stressful situation and utterly humorless, and you have a very calm demeanor and noticeable lack of perseverance, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. All right, well, Nano, what can I do for you? What can I do with you? That is the important question. What can I do with you, Nanochip? I need to give you tasks, which is very hard to do with a dog here. I'm going to give you gem setting and gem cutting. You like breastplates, so I'll give you some... Apologies. Jesus. Lunch fucked me up today, apparently. Let's also give you tanning. Healthcare jobs. And mining, because you like picks. Now you can go be a dwarf. Of your own accord. And it is time to turn on the wider celebration room so that the dwarves can go get more alcohol. No, a pint is a pint. And dry pint. Yeah, no one likes going to the pub and watching the pint dry. Come on. Also, the royal treasurer from the humans have arrived. As well as a caravan. I mean, I'm definitely agreeing with you and not making a pun about watching a pint dry. I mean, I'll be completely honest with you. I have no idea what the difference between an imperial and an American pint is. I'll have you know that I only drink pints with a Canadian citizenship. US dry pint. What the fuck's a dry pint? Oh, it's the type of packaging. I understand. Equals 550,610,4713575 milliliters. That's a very complicated way to divide a droplet. Yeah, I'm familiar with those. But usually they're done by weight here. Still doing Smexy Party in Tavern. We've successfully created one new babby today, so today's been out good. And I have a dog on my lap. Say hi to Holly. It's making playing game very difficult. I don't know if it's obvious about how awkwardly I'm having to contort my arms to do this, but it hurts. Of the dog? Oh, 2 unnamed dwarves. They're just 2 merchants. And the human caravan has arrived. Cool. Dog, I'm gonna need you to move. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, not me. Bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Sorry, I'm constantly dry coughing for some reason. I think it's the bread that I ate. It was very dry. Mug is interesting, isn't it, dog? No, I don't do any... I don't want to put the dog in places because the chat decides it. She likes sleeping on my sofa and on my bed, which is at the other end of my apartment. I'm not going to force her over here, and I'm definitely not going to give her treats. I am of the opinion that that's kind of abuse of an animal for your... what's the word I'm looking for here? For the streamer's benefit, and I'm not a big fan of that. She's only on my lap right now because I had to pick her up because she was barking at a giant enemy neighbor dog that was out and peeing in the area where she's not used to seeing other people. So, because she's a house dog, not an apartment dog, so she's not used to seeing other people outside. So she's decided that the back area behind my apartment is her land. So she's not thrilled when she sees other dogs out there. So she's on my lap as out of punishment. But if she comes over, I'll put her on camera. Otherwise, nah. Petting when she's there? I'm not going to restrict my ability to pet a dog to you guys giving me channel points. That's silly. I will simply pet the dog. It's a waste of your channel points. If you want to waste your channel points, you can waste your channel points on getting 100,000. I'm bragging about you used to being rich. Much better waste of your channel points. Who's a good pet? All right. Here you go. All right, let's jump down to the wrong basement. The entirety of your part of the Greater Vancouver area. Yes. The entirety of my part of the Greater Vancouver area. Still waiting for one day someone will be like, oh, you're from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada? And like freak out because of Nardwar. That's never actually happened, but I'm still waiting for one person to be like, you're like Nardwar! At least one person here should know who Nardwar is. You're not rich yet, but one day you will be rich, and then you can brag about how you used to be rich. All right. What can I not trade? Rings. All right. Well, that should be good. Oh, you know who that is? Well, he's from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Peter, you used to be rich. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Peter? You used to be rich. Congratulations, Peter. You're no longer rich. You were previously rich. Not anymore, though. There's a fruit fly in front of me. I've had, like, this annoyingly bad infestation of fruit flies this year. If you were going to do that, well, then how else are you going to get to 1 million? Be back in a while. Alrighty. I'll be playing Unpacking by the time you get back, probs. I would bet. Also, I haven't said this enough today, chat, but thanks everybody for just hanging out and tuning in. Watching the stream, chilling, talking with me, keeping me company. Good conversations the last few streams. It's been nice. Oh yeah, I have 3 set up, actually. I have 3 that I bought specifically for that. The dollar store sells these little traps that are about that big. They're just like pieces of plastic with little holes in them, which are great. And they catch them, but I don't know where they're coming from. I think they're coming through my building's ventilation, actually. Can you have the next baby, please? If you're here when the baby is born, yeah. I'm not going to. I was very, very interested. In fact, I would describe myself as actually hyped for it, and then I heard it was a part 1, and I lost all interest immediately. No interest in going to go see a part 1. Absolutely none. That is the fastest way for me to never give a shit about your movie ever again. Is by telling me, oh yeah, it's a part 1, it's going to be a trilogy. I'm already uninterested. I want to watch a complete story. I don't want to watch a 3-hour build-up to the beginning of a 3-part story. No interest in that. I'd rather rewatch Blade Runner or another movie that I know that I like. I like watching self-contained films, and Disney has kind of destroyed my interest in watching movies that are build-ups to things. It's just so fucking tired. If they were to release a movie like that in like 2014, I would have been super keen and absolutely interested in watching it, but nah. Yeah, I know, but also that's a thing that I do every day as a job, and I don't want to do that for my entertainment too, you know? Also, like, we've been over this. Longdeath is almost more of a podcast where I just talk about my day for 8 hours a day. And things happening in the world and with chat, then, you know. I heard it was, I know, of course it's going to be visually appealing. All of that director's films are visually appealing. I mean, I love Arrival and Blade Runner 2049, which are both the same person, or same director, right? So, you know, I will be absolutely interested in watching Dune when part 2 and part 3 are out, and they both review as well as the first one. Yeah, no, this is like an active community that exists, not a movie. If it was a movie, that would be kind of a different thing. Dog, you are making this very difficult. All right, you know what? That's it. Time for you to go down. There you go. Ugh. A few more of the books before I watch it? I mean that too. You mean the movie? I don't think they made more than one other movie, because there's the... Why am I blanking on his name? Directed Twin Peaks. And I want to say M. Night Shyamalan, but I know that's wrong. David Lynch. I've seen the David Lynch one. That's the one that I've seen. And it's fine. It's not great, but it's a David Lynch movie, so it's fine. I wouldn't call that movie great by any stretch, but it's a thing. But Yeah, no, I mean, I've also read the first book of Dune. Well, rather, I listened to the audiobook. Long time ago, but... Yeah, basically. Love. I mean, anybody who's watched my stream for any amount of time, my stream's been like this for years, where I just kind of passively play games in the background and talk about whatever the fuck. That's been the way of my stream for probably the better part of 5 years now. So, even before Longdeath, I was just kind of hanging out and talking with people and playing games generally. So, I don't know. It's just been the way I've streamed for a long time. I like it that way, frankly. I think it suits me. It suits my personality. It suits the stream. It suits the community I've built. I think generally you guys enjoy it too that way, so. You know? I think you do. To shiny hunting streams? I mean, I used to watch shiny hunting streams, and I have no interest in Pokemon and know absolutely nothing about Pokemon. You've been here for over a year doing paperwork. You know, Stone, the thing that you always say that you don't have a job, right? You do. I just don't pay you for it. What are you stressed about? I'm Commander Do It, and this is my favorite stream on the Citadel. Well, I don't know. I don't. Is this actually your favorite stream? Do It. I definitely see you at Evil Trick's channel sometimes, and his stream is pretty alluring. All right, time to pour more coffee. My cup is empty. That just won't do. Uh-oh. Dog is having a barking-a-thon outside. I'm not holding a gun to your head, but I do have a gun-shaped emote. I'm just saying. If I'm your favorite streamer, I don't fully believe that. I could be one of your favorite streamers, that I believe. But yes, it's a streaming triangle. It's like a love triangle, but like maybe it's a viewer triangle. I don't know. Although, see, I need to figure out how to make the Bermuda Triangle of streams so that people just disappear into my stream and then never come out. It'd be great. And then I can just capture you here forever and ever and ever. I mean, I feel like that would be pretty efficient, right? Right? But now we just chill here until hopefully they make another baby. And if they don't, we'll deal with that when it happens. Looking at the lurkers who are trapped in the... There's not enough of them, though. We need like another 200 of them. If we could get like another 200 of them, then we good. Then we good. I don't know. I do like that this community is still continuing to be successful. Evil seems more distracted with games. Yeah. I hope Evil's Trick's doing alright. I sometimes worry about the guy. There's a few people I worry about on Twitch, though, to be fair. The Evil Trick is one of them. His stats are just way too low. Like, sometimes I complain about numbers on here. I wouldn't be able to afford to stream full-time if I was where Evil Trick is. So, I just hope he's doing alright. But yeah, I watch very few streams these days. And the few streams I do watch, I watch for very, very, very specific reasons. And I think that's the same case for a lot of people who've been around Twitch for a while. Is they watch very few streams, but they watch the streams that they do watch for very specific reasons. I'm in a video on the Kit Fox YouTube channel. Is what the announcement was. Here, I can give you a link. Which is kind of a neat thing. Kind of a neat thing. Only fins because fish. That's the important reason. Because fish. Yeah. No, it sucks. I mean, I've had long-term health problems before, and it's rough. Do it. I don't know. There's a few friends that I know who stream on Twitch these days, who I'm worried about. A lot of people have been hit very hard by the auto hosting numbers thing, and a lot of people have been struggling. Like I stats wise, I've been struggling on this channel for a bit, but not as badly as some. Like I kind of have to thank my lucky stars that I'm still here and funded. Because, you know, we have the Patreon, which is doing quite well, and, like, all of you guys and all of your support when I need it, so. What I do probably wouldn't exist if I was in the position that some of the people I know on Twitch are. With a different tile set as well. That's not me playing in that video. It's, Zach Adams. I did commentary for it. They gave me recorded footage and and timestamps for the footage, and I did commentary explaining what was in the footage. It's not secrets, it's public knowledge. Diamond, thanks for the host. Cheers. Also, Sideways, what's up? It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. I hope things is good. But yeah, I mean, like, do it when I say what I say, it's like, you know, my numbers are lower than they were before the auto hosting change, but like, you know, we still have 300 subscribers, right? Evil Trick struggles to maintain 100 subscribers, and I wouldn't be able to do this full time if I had less than 200 subs consistently. Like just flat, I wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how much they tap it. I think this was mostly a one-off thing. I don't know if this is going to be a consistent thing, but depends on how often they have footage that needs commentary. This is true. You can only host a different channel 3 times per hour, so that channels don't just spam host everybody. Also, my Twitter apparently has gone kind of crazy because they tagged me in the tweet. One away from a bingo? Welp. I always feel like I'm losing when you're like, one away from a bingo! It's like, did I lose? Like, what? Did I do something wrong? It seems like a can of worms. It's not a can of worms. Twitch just made auto hosts completely ineffective. So, like, to give you an idea, overnight I lost 60% of my viewership from other channels on Twitch. So I basically overnight my channel lost all of its discoverability. Because auto hosting still exists and still works, but does almost nothing now. They basically nerfed that Twitch feature out of existence. So instead of automatically hosting channels to the channel page, it puts them on the spindle on the front of the channel's profile. And I used to get 6,000 to 8,000 views per month, or 6,000 to 10,000 views per month from other channels from auto hosting. And now I get about 300. Because it confuses viewers, apparently. Literally, it was all of my channel's discoverability just gone overnight. Before this change, I would have about 120 people talking in my chat by unique people that typed in my chat by the end of every stream. Now I have about 80. My average followers per day went from 8 down to 2. What's the word? The average amount of time between lines written in chat dropped by 40%. New subscribers I got dropped by a pretty large percentage too. Basically, every single stat that matters towards channel growth on Twitch was either cut in half or into 1/3 of what it was previously. The only thing that hasn't changed is income, which I'm incredibly thankful for, but I don't know how long that's gonna last, and I'm expecting that to drop next. And Evil Trick got hit by it harder than I did. FG Squared's got hit by it just as hard as I did. So like she always had like 300 concurrent. Now she struggles to maintain 200 most days. I don't know if Kiri got hit by it at all. Bellinair got hit by it. And Dire Dwarf got hit the worst by it. Like, Dire Dwarf, I worry about that dude. So that's literally what it did. I mean, the benefit that I have is, like, the people who watch my stream watch me because I'm the only person who makes content for this game, right? So because of that, my channel is naturally very unique. Like, I'm the only person who is a successful streamer who consistently streams this game and the type of games that I play. So my channel is unique in that I have a unique audience that's very dedicated to my channel. So I have a feeling that my income probably won't change. It's just future will. Like my future potential to grow on Twitch alone is gone, basically. So I have to spend, I'm now having to try and dedicate more time to being an obnoxious twit on YouTube and telling people to come watch me. And like reminding people that, hey, like I'm not here in in perpetuity. I need like new people coming. I need a cycle of new people coming in because people do take breaks from every stream, right? Like everybody here, I think, has probably taken a break from watching my stream and gone and watched other people for a period of time. So, you know. So, yeah. Other than socials and spamming? Are you asking from the viewer's perspective? Or from the streamer's perspective? Because from the streamer's perspective, I should be like, so have you heard of that Twitch Prime? You should definitely sign up for Twitch Prime. Did you know that you can get a Twitch Prime? Actually, I think they call it Prime Gaming. Fuck. Have you heard about that Prime Gaming? Did you know that if you sign up for a free fucking trial of Amazon Prime, you can get Twitch Prime for free for a month, and then you can subscribe? That's what you could do as a fucking streamer. Just be a shitbag. But really, I mean, Twitch doesn't have the same kinds of algorithms that YouTube does. So, I mean, from the viewer's perspective, you can host the streamer. Go to your channel and type in /host. Because that works the way that auto-hosting used to. That's about it. Outside of that, it's literally encouraging your audience to tell people about it. And, like, for example, you get algorithmic promotion during a hype train, so I could try and encourage hype trains, because that does actually bring in new people. But that's about it. So, yeah, there really isn't a ton that I can do. On Twitch itself, it's, you know, honestly, I think it's better that Twitch doesn't super algorithm up everything. Because I think that the second you let an AI decide who's the most popular, that's when things crash and burn. I think that I'm kind of okay with being relatively unknown on Twitch, as long as I'm financially stable. The issue with the changes that Twitch made recently kind of wrecked my financial stability. You headed out for the night, Silver She? So you have a good night. Cheers. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I'm kind of okay with being niche, and I'm kind of okay with being just me in the corner doing my own thing that's different than a lot of other people, as long as I can do that sustainably. Well, I mean, nothing's immortalized on my Discord because I can just delete it, but... I wouldn't have anybody delete that for the world. Diamond, you have a job to do. I hope that you realize that. I'm just saying, I hope that you realize that you have a job to do. Bots can be manipulated? Sure. I'm gonna let that sit. Off topic in Discord. Oh shit, exactly. Diamond is our resident meme creator. Give those dwarves a break because I've got a mandate. We need a breastplate. Let's just do iron breastplate 30. Let's make 30 iron breastplates. Cool. But you know, I do enough bot manipulation on YouTube, and I'm glad I don't need to do that on Twitch. Sideways. Because when it's not all left up to algorithms, then you have much more flexibility as a creator to do what you want. Whereas when you're being left up to algorithms, your options are more limited. You made memes before, like the bad one you shall share now. What's this? Gaze upon sheep. Texel sheep? I feel like this joke is deeper than I realized. There's some context here that I feel like I'm missing. Well, then in that fact, then I just don't get it. Although this isn't really a meme, but one of my favorite dumb internet things is, did you know that all lights in video games are powered by electricity, even candles? That's a very satisfied dwarf. Satisfied while crying on somebody in charge. Satisfied while crying on somebody in charge. Satisfied while improving negotiation. Satisfied while yelling at somebody in charge. Sometimes just to yell at someone in charge. Yes, it is indeed satisfying. As somebody who has yelled at his manager before at old jobs, can confirm it is indeed satisfying to yell at somebody in charge. You've got distance to travel. There you go. Must be a hell of a room to run through. I think I might need to pull out the glass again. Do glass around the tube all the way up here. I don't care in one bit about that. I mean, I could tell you why the McFlurry machine doesn't work. It's because they turn it off 90% of the time. Or they didn't clean it. It was kind of funny. I read this expose article recently about why the ice cream machine is always busted at McDonald's. And their reasoning for it in this expose article supposedly was that the company that fixes, maintains, and repairs them, hey, Axon grew up finally, charges McDonald's $100 an hour to fix and maintain them, so McDonald's rather would just not fix them. So instead they hire poorly trained employees to fix them and maintain them, which is kind of true. But the part that they got wrong was the part where they said that they fix them and clean them every night, which isn't true. They only paid us to clean them once a week. Because I was that guy. I was the guy that would do all of that. So we were supposed to take them apart and clean them every night. But instead we only did it once a week. So you get all the healthcare jobs. We do have a chief medical dwarf right now, so you can't have that job, but I can do that. That's a funky spelling of said words, Big John. And usually the reason it was down was just because they turned it off rather than refilling it. 90% of the time it's because they just turn it off. Which then causes the milk inside of it to turn, which would make my job harder. Because the day would come around when I'd have to clean the fucking machine and it would be gunked up with moldy milk. It's tasty. Very tasty. Smelled great too. I wouldn't say that, but it is incorrect, Big John. One part of internet humor that I will never understand is the intentional misspelling of things to make it a joke. We'll never fully understand that part of internet humor. It doesn't really make things funny. Just kind of makes me squint and go, huh? Good luck, Diamond. Make artwork, please. Burb is kind of funny. But, like, there's a few that are, like, known that are funny, right? Like Strunk, Burb, Small. Those ones work. But it's when it's not a normal one that doesn't... No, I don't like Monkey. I don't like Monkey because that one gets used in racist terms. The same thing that happened to all cops is they got defunded and disbanded. Yeah, so I tend to shy away from references to monkeys and gorillas for that reason. One dragon, and it's been named. We got Peter the Third today. So the fortress may still live. I mean, you use what words you want to use. I will state that I don't like a particular word for reasons I don't like them. Because I stare at the internet too much, and I see hashtags, and I see what people call people, right? So, you know what? I will say what I want to say. You can say what you want to say. There's plenty of normal words that are used for very, 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 very mean things. It all depends on context. Someone asked me what I thought of that particular misspelling of monkey, and I said I don't like it. Who cares? You know, when people say boomers, I think of two things, and neither of them are the things that you think of. I think of the restaurant chain, and I think of the exploding fat zombies in Left 4 Dead. Those are the two things that come to mind when people say boomers. I will never like associate that with like a group, like an age category of people. You hate Twitter? You avoid Twitter? I avoid Twitter too, but I need it for work. In order to do this job, I have to have Twitter and check it at least relatively frequently. There's a faction in New Vegas called Boomers. What? I don't know. I never played New Vegas, so I couldn't tell you. So I'm inclined to believe you. You know what makes me feel old is those candy sticks that you just posted, Stone. When I was, like, a little kid going out trick-or-treating, we could still get the candy cigarettes with the red tips. I used to get candy cigarettes from old ladies on Halloween. And to me, that is very fucked up in my head. I have no idea what you're talking about, Big John. You forgot about those candies? Yeah, I had a weird like premonition where I remembered that they existed last night. Autumn update has come, which means it is time for fall, which means it's time for more paperwork. Sorry, Stone. Is this the third autumn today? It's the most we've done in a while. The frame rate's been a lot better, and if that's the case. It's because I've been like not pausing as much. I'm just letting the game idle. Oopsies, I accidentally resized the window slightly. There we go. Most candy cigarettes do kind of look like chalk. Very thin chalk, but they also kind of taste like chalk. Cool. Do it. That sounds great. Also, I just realized that my two important tags are not... Are not on my stream right now. There we go. We now have visually impaired and visual ASMR again. I've been like debating as to whether or not I should chuck the depression tag on my stream, but kind of decided against it generally. Apparently some regions actually had purple ketchup. Visual ASMR, yep. And visual disability. Both of these things are true. Second? I feel like it's the third, but it's probably the second. And here comes the Let's let them put all the stuff away. They make blue tomatoes? Now that's news to me. Colored more like eggplant? Huh. When I was a young child, eggplant didn't mean penis. Can never like look at eggplants the same way again. The internet ruined eggplant for me. Actually, maybe eggplant ruined eggplant for me. Eggplant's not very good. Eggplant fucks, but only like 2 times a year. I'm trying to figure out why the 2 times is there, but... Well, it's just like blue dye coming from crab's blood, right? It's like they're just milking crabs for their blood. It's distressing. Is this the 3-page? Hold on a second. No, it's almost a 3-page. That is actually impressive amount of stuff. Actually, it's not legal to cook lobsters alive in Canada anymore. And in certain states, it's not legal anymore. You have to shock them. They basically put them in a lobster-shaped electric chair, and it electrocutes them. Anyway, do you got it? Ask as I was closing it. So, there is that. And also, we shouldn't be blood milking those crabs because they're going endangered because of it. So, you know. Once again, another example of, yes, we're the bad guys. Now you have an image of a lobster shaped like electric chair. Here, let me show you blood milking crabs. Blood milking crabs. Weird photo incoming. Just a warning. It's useful in medicine, dye, and several other things. It does kind of look like H.R. Geiger Gatorade, but there you go. It does kind of look like H.R. Geiger Gatorade. These poor fuckers, man. You'd think that we'd be able to, like, make synthetic crab blood, but I don't know. Yeah, and how long we've been milking them. But they might go extinct because of us. The crazy things we do. We could just stop there. Tofu monks. Just the crazy things we do. Fake crab blood. Exactly! If we can make fake crab meat, we can make fake crab blood. Like, has anybody heard about the thing that they are putting on cows to stop them from burping? Like, it's like this weird muzzle thing that catches the methane gas from cow burps and turns it into water. Hold on, let's see if I can find these, a photo of these. Yeah, these things. They're methane burp catchers. These. They look like that. It's a methane burp catcher. I think this is actually a photoshopped one. But yeah, they're like this weird thing that like goes over their nose and then like it filters it in there and it's powered with a solar panel and it filters it out the sides. Yeah, we're making exhaust cleaners for cows, which is funny because it's like, how about we just eat less cows? How about that? Instead of like, it's like solving this a problem from the wrong direction, you know? Are you fucking dreaming? No, this is legit. This is like an actual fucking thing. Hold on, let me get you an article. That would happen in a dream? Nope. Let me give you the Bloomberg article. That's what that was. Cargill backs cow masks to trap methane burps. Also, I don't think I can see this image. There we go. See? Like, I don't know. I have a solution for the cats and methane gas problem. How about we just eat less cows? Anyway. You can't say that stuff in America? You know, I kind of feel like I'm about to pull that I am no man line from Lord of the Rings, but I'm not in America. I'm in Canada. I can say whatever the fuck I want. Wait, what? You've listened to all of Satan Butt Cheeks and you found on the internet and you can testify most of the songs are damn good. Yes! No, they really, 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 really are. Satan's Butt Cheeks is quietly an extremely good band that nobody listens to. Anyway. I'm glad that I sent you down a rabbit hole. There's not a lot of them, but like there is all of the music that they have is pretty fucking good. It's just a lot of really damn good riffs. I need to like download a bunch of I might actually put a CD burner in this computer so I can download a bunch of music, burn it to a CD, and then record it onto a cassette and make mixtapes off of my CD player. I might do that. I mean, let me just make your life easier. There you go. Have fun. Memes. Mend. Back. Bend. Crack. That's all you need to know. Is mend, back, bend, crack. I just want to be in a mosh pit with that song playing so fucking bad. I can't even describe it. Yeah, no, absolutely. Dechiro. That riff isn't. It's just a fantastic riff with a stupid guy almost rapping about Satan over top of it, and it is awesome. I love it. He's just spitting rhymes about Satan with a great riff in the background. Like I could listen to that shit on repeat all day. I'm a weird person, aren't I, Chad? Best kind of ow weird? I mean, I don't know if it's ow weird, but best kind of weird. Oh, best kind of weird. Okay, yeah, there you go. I'm not looking forward to the anti-vaxxer crowd starting to call vitro meat satanic. I mean, okay, so I'm not going to say that, like, lab-grown meat is satanic, but have you ever actually seen the labs where they grow that meat? I eat this. I've eaten this stuff, and it tastes fine. It's perfectly edible, and I will eat it more if given the option, but, like, let me see if I can find this. I can't find a good photo of it. Yeah, they're not all dead yet, unfortunately. So, as somebody who says Hail Satan, this is kind of satanic in a great way, though. Like, these are meat matrices. Like, the little tubes that they grow lab-grown meat in. This is something out of, like, a nightmare horror film, and I love it. And I will continue to eat it, because it is delicious. It's like, it's boneless, like, kebabs grown in a tube. It's great. Who doesn't want that? Like, imagine you could have a tube in your house that once every 10 days you get a free kebab. Like, I'm down. Like, I'll take 4. Accurate. Stone. I like that meme. That's a good meme. It's boneless cow. Yeah, it's boneless cow. We don't want a boneless cow. I'll take a boneless cow. You hate that picture, that mental picture so much? What, a tube that you put in your kitchen that once every 10 days you get a free kebab out of it? I mean, it's grown from cells. So last I checked, your meat is grown from cells, like the meat on your body. So yes, it's meat. There's actually like a kit that you can buy from Germany right now, which uses your own cells, by the way, your cells, you provide them. That's important. And you put it into the thing, and once every 30 days you get a steak. made of human-grown cells. It is a product that you can buy from Germany right now. Putting the me in meat. That is legal. Yes. It is a product that you can buy from... Well, at least it's legal in Germany. And it works. And you know what? If I could afford one, I'd buy one. Hold on. Here's a New York Times article that I'm talking about. There you go. Go nuts. Come on, dwarves. Let's get another baby before the end of the... Before I swap to a different game. It's the future, tofu monks. I mean, your name has tofu in it. You should understand this. It's the future. You know what I'm saying? It's the future. Gotta try our options. I mean, your chat. Let me ask you a genuine question, right? Imagine a future where there is no animal slaughter anymore, right? Like you're not allowed to slaughter living mammals for meat, right? Imagine you live in that future. One baby today, Athros, one. Imagine you live in that future, okay? You are given 3 options for protein, right? Beans, and so essentially like vegan protein, beans, and vegan protein sources, so like tofu and stuff like that. Insects or lab-grown meats grown from your own cells, which one do you pick? But that's your only protein source. It's not cannibalism because you're not eating yourself. You're using your own cells as the basis to grow meats. So you could grow whatever type of meat you want. You have to trick the cells into growing into the type of meat that you want. It's not cannibalism if it's not you. It's simply using your cells to grow on the base. That's not how gene splicing works. I mean, I would totally have all 3, but if you could only eat one, I'm just curious which one you'd pick. I'd probably pick insects because insects are the easiest to grow at home. I know tofu is also beans, which is why I wrapped that in with beans. Beans are indeed pretty versatile, but so are insects. Like, you can grind insects into flour and make protein bread, which I've had. I've had cricket bread. It's actually really good. It's like a kind of like a softer white bread type deal. And I'm a pile of bugs. All I'm saying is, as a society, if we're going to survive, like if our species is going to survive another 100 years, we need to be talking about these, normalizing this shit, and asking these questions. Because if we keep going in the direction that we're going right now, we're all going to fucking die. Fruit fly farming now? Fruit fly is not a great source of protein, if you didn't know. But mealworm's pretty great. Cricket's pretty great. No, but like that's the thing though, CCX, is like there's a lot of people who don't even consider this, right? That's the actual problem. You know, I grew up eating meat with like twice a day, right? But like we need to move to a society where we eat meat like maybe once a week. You know, to me at this point, a steak is like fine wine. I don't buy a $100 bottle of wine for dinner every day, but I'll buy a steak once every other month. And that's kind of how I consider meat these days, and I think that's the way it should be, personally. I'm not the kind of, I've never had issues with bean farts personally, but I also don't have any digestive problems. I know some people do have issues with beans, but I'll just say this, chat. Canned spider bits? It's broken up spider parts in a can made for eating? Huh. I'll say this, chat. To me, eating insects and eating lab-grown meat is significantly more, like, taste and enticing than eating Cheese Whiz and factory meats and factory foods. So to me, lab-grown meat and insects are significantly more appetizing than like Cheese Whiz or certain brands of sweets. Like, if you actually look into how they make gummy bears, you'll be significantly less interested in eating gummy bears. So, I don't know. That's all. Cricket Whiz? God, I need to make that product. Cricket Whiz! What is it? It's ground up crickets. What do? Put it on toast! No one would buy it. Wouldn't go very far. You fear-shaped hams? I generally, when I buy ham, I buy a chunk of ham. But regardless, chat, we are doing a little better. We've had one new child in the fort today. No deaths. It is 4:11 p.m. We've been streaming this fort for about 5 hours. And currently, Longdeath is very boring. I'll be honest. Like, it's literally just me talking with these dwarves partying in the background in the tavern. And generally getting things done that they need to get done. But outside of that, they haven't been super helpful. Once we get a bunch of babies in the fort, we can go back to doing what we were doing previously, which is building our mega projects. All that being said, I think it's time for me to save Longdeath, and we're going to swap over to a different game for the remainder of the stream, which is unpacking. But if you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress stuff, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. And if you want to support this stuff directly, you can do that on my Patreon. We're going to go play Unpacking, which is an indie game with very satisfying buttons to click about unpacking. So, what do you guys think? Let's go play Unpacking. While I wait for the game to save in the background. That serves really fancy steak. Yeah, and then go get it once every 6 months for a celebration or a special occasion. And that's like if every person in the world treated beef as something that you have on a rare occasion as a treat, the status of our food and generalized health of people would be so much better. Because like we're not really designed as creatures. We're not carnivores. We are like omnivores. We eat both. Zealous, what's up? We're just ending with DF for the day. You know, I've never actually clicked on this screen before. Huh. Weird. Anyway, Dunk. Let's play some Unpacking, shall we? Gotta set it up. So Unpacking is a game that I've wanted to play since I saw the